in our world, in our world. You ready for your bravery test? Okay, here it comes. There. Okay, let's give him a friend. Let's give him a friend. There.
So, up until now, we've seen that Bob has the quality, a timeless quality of being an effective communicator, an effective teacher, an effective and an attractive personality that allows learning to happen more easily. He draws our attention. He knows how to talk to the whole person and individuate the different learning styles, remain open, allow his message to be accessible to everyone. We've talked about the trend, the idea of leisure, and how that used to be essentially non-existent in its modern form for the tribal and far ancient societies, and how they used to be integrally linked with work, and their time used to be taken up by deeply meaningful activities, whether it was work, hunting, family life, and building community activities that were crucial to the survival of the group, or it was even just downtime where they were intimately communicating and grooming, and even the more trivial socializing that they would do was still kept them very in tune and very attached and very a part of their community. All their time was meaningful, and as time progressed and wealth accumulated in the hands of fewer and fewer people, as technology in art and expression and spirituality was compartmentalized and segregated into finer and finer practitioners, more increasingly experts, and the sense of arete in ancient Greece, where everybody of a certain status was expected, at least the ideal was, that everybody had a balanced self-development about them. They paid attention equally to all the important areas of being in the world. We saw the disintegration of the Roman Empire and the emergence of Christian-centric Europe, likely as a result of, at least partially, the collapse of values and integrity and the sense of duty to oneself and one's community, of self-development on both the practical and spiritual, more philosophical, more abstract, more spiritual levels. The lack of attention to the deeper, more meaningful qualities of self-development by the Romans led to a general degradation of the individual that made up society. It swelled too large, took on too many conflicting religions, which devalued all of them. Christianity emerged out of that as a single unifying vision of what was good and what was the ideal. It allowed the slow emergence, over a thousand years at least, singular thousand, of an ethic and a sense of morality, a sense of who the ideal person was, which was Jesus Christ. And those who, generally in Europe, the ideal, like Arete was in Greece, was Jesus Christ, and acting like him, being a Christian, following in his footsteps in the way he acted, was values like truth, like respect for tradition, but also a respect for one's own intellect and one's logos and one's ability to be conscious of when you can't break tradition, if it's a valuable thing to do, if you've been paying attention to an injustice, if you've detected a sense of imbalance and inequity in your own self-development, being in tune with God and listening to your consciousness, your conscience rather, not letting yourself get too arrogant, breaking the 10 Commandments, theft, and murder, and being unfair in trades, and being too wasting your time, too hedonistic. Values like self-discipline were core to the Christian ethic, and we see that out of that a general, well, at least if nothing else, through the unification of morals, people were able to eventually, little fiefdoms became counties, became, provinces, and states became countries that were unified together over centuries of a gradual elevation of the level of trust among communities through trades and communications and allyships during wars. Out of that, simultaneous with it, possibly because of it, science emerged. The disciplined mind of the Christian, specifically the Christian monks and the religious class in the monasteries were very disciplined, and if they weren't reading and philosophizing over their biblical scripts, they were encouraged to exercise physical labor and keep their mind and body sharp. We see a parallel with Arete, paying attention both to all aspects of being. But then as we got more and more technologically powerful, we noticed that spirituality waned, or at least explicit religiousness waned over the last 500 years, until less and less people maybe revered or respected, or the communal, the aspect of religion that keeps communities unified and together, and perhaps even maybe makes the individual not as morally, having a little less moral integrity. Perhaps we at least risk that happening, if not intellectual integrity. But intellectual integrity, of course, is at odds with Christianity if you're reading the Bible too literally. So the last 500 years has been a general secularization, a distancing of the average individual from a communication with God, which in turn is a lack of a communication with any sort of sense of divinity about them and their lives and the world. And there's been movements to reconnect and to at least recognize the importance of being close and in the proximity of nature and the therapeutic, the essential closeness with nature, the essential value of not distancing yourself too much from both nature and from a centrality of a sense of community and common values with your neighbor. And through all that, that's the current tension that we're living through in the historical epic, is the tension between a lack of belief in the literal, a sense of, I would say a general sense of disillusionment with the Bible as a historical and scientific source of authority, because for so long, before we had refined and sophisticated our sense of what the Bible was really saying from a historical and technical and scientific point of view about the way the world works, the way matter operates on a scientific level. Some people still try to interpret that, and that disillusioned many people over centuries with the rise of science and the incredible ability of science, scientific methods and theories to, mathematically, between Descartes and Galileo and Newton and all these great early scientists like this that were able to say, well, maybe God isn't the reason it rains and isn't the reason for earthquakes and celestial cycles of the planets and moons and sun. Maybe biology, chemistry are more in our control than we used to think, and this gives us a general sense of skepticism towards anyone claiming that the Bible has priority and precedence and authority over our scientific understanding of the world and what our own agency and independence and self-realization, self-determination, and being able to discover for ourselves how the world works without having to refer to a religious text. But there's always the impulse of the individual that's existed forever there's always the impulse of religious experience within the individual, and it's deeply felt the closer you are to nature. It's felt in profound interactions between humans, but it's also felt in the irrefutably belittling effect of standing in front of a vast landscape, particularly large earthly structures like canyons and mountains, oceans, but also beyond earthly phenomena like the stars and the moon at night. You can't help but feel that you're observing, you're being exposed to something larger than yourself. And through psychological experiences, whether they're drug-induced or not, hallucinogenic rituals or undertakings, or just overwhelming emotions, or whether good or bad, you can't often it's harder to deny the existence of a sense of something beyond us and deeper than us, or at least deeper within us, that we're not aware of, and that territory that we could still further explore, that science hasn't been able to penetrate yet, even if you think it ultimately will. And this yields itself to a sense of and the idea of spirituality. Bob was known to have a deeply spiritual bent to him. He didn't profess it very much, but he did give us clues into how that manifested itself. And that was often in his awe of nature and the creatures within nature, animals, and his fondness for rehabilitating and surrounding himself with not only nature, but little forest critters, as he would say. So our book here points to a lot of spiritual aspects of Bob that we can't ignore. We're gonna touch upon Bob's spiritual side, and we're gonna see how that connects with predecessors in the painting world and otherwise to him that also point out a deep connection between spirituality and nature, between societal progress, between what we do as societies with our free time, self-development, and how all these, again, constellate around Bob and what he chose to do with his life. I said at the beginning there was a unity, a harmony about Bob and what he did and what he talked about, what he believed, what he felt about life and how it should be lived, and what he wanted his legacy to be, what he wanted to mean to other people, what other people meant to him. It's not exactly clear if Bob was specifically a Christian. It's fairly clear that he at least was raised in a Christian society, a background between his family, and he definitely had a sense of a God in a relationship to him. In the article, Alston Ramsey says that Steve said that he had a spirituality, and he was religious. It just wasn't the religiousness that the priests were peddling, Bob felt there was a reverberation, a vibration of divinity within existence, everything about it, himself included, and others. In the book they talk about him being a sort of secular priest almost, a shaman, a healer, a therapist. These are all aspects of his spirituality coming into play, and I think it's a very important part of his popularity, his endurance, and his how he's so endearing, how so many people find him so endearing. In chapter 4, they say that the shaman in general touched upon this before, is marked as an individual among his peers, often by an early sense of trauma. Bob's finger accident is at least that. I wrote here, in ancient tribal societies, of course, everything was very mythically infused. All of existence was marinating in your tribe's mythology. Your life was dictated by the gods and the ancestors that came before you. The fate of the entire society was integrally linked with yourself, your current individuals, the past, and future relatives of yours as well. And it's no leap of imagination to see that any individual, any major experience or occurrence or phenomenon experienced by an individual would be, of course, interpreted through this lens. And shamans were, if you were attacked by an animal or you had something serious happen to you, having your finger cut off isn't exactly trivial. It's not the same as, a near-death experience, although in that time it certainly could have been, but it's some sort of traumatic experience nonetheless. And back then experiences like that were considered having been chosen by the ancestors to undergo a vision quest of some sorts. So you were marked and you were set aside as a unique person, perhaps maybe more in touch with divinity, some spirituality, some essence of the spirits that inhabit the community and are involved in the community than other people. And I think that still carries on into modern society. We have a tendency to feel a sense of fate and destiny when things out of our control happen to us, or even things within our control. If they shift the direction of our life, it's hard not to feel like your life is being led in a certain direction by an external force. It's interesting that Bob chose to become this healing figure, this priest, this therapist, employing all these as the tens of thousands of YouTube comments in and of themselves reveal that some therapeutic aspect of his shows, and how healing, how comforting, how encouraging, how positive, how impactful, how liberating they are. You can do it. There's no mistakes. This is your world. It's hard to ignore, even if it's not directly shamanism, the spiritual aspect of Bob. They make an interesting point about his constant infusion of conservation and attention to nature, attention to the world around us, specifically nature, the world untouched by human technology, and returning to nature and being in nature. And he often said he liked to walk in the woods and near his home in Fairbanks there and talk to the trees, and he said, that's our secret, don't tell anybody. But he communed with nature undoubtedly, And that's not exactly something normal that everybody does or will admit to doing, because it's not considered normal, even if they do. Painting was a way of him sharing his spirituality, even if it wasn't a direct sermon of any explicit religious bent. He was certainly trying to share the depth of his experience with nature that he felt. In what Lao Tzu called harmony, we find a similarity with Bob, like I opened this video with, or the previous, depending on how many parts I break it up into. But they say on top of, they make another connection. So Lao Tzu is Chinese philosophy, religion. They have and apparently, from what I understand, a much more complex and hard to parse fusion between their philosophy and their religion in the East versus in the West, where we have religion and you have philosophers, but they stay very much bounded within that religion. If they're Christian thinkers, Christians, and then you have secular philosophers that practice philosophy very distinct from religion. Saint Francis of Assisi, in the Christian tradition and history and the bounds of Christianity, he labeled this what Bob called joy, brotherhood. And they see here we go, the painting. Bob Ross as a Byzantine icon, Christian saint. They say his afro is his halo. Let's see right here. Bit more than that, that's just a trivial observation. The landscape painting itself was his spiritual activity. The animal-loving Saint Francis Assisi popularized, he was one of the more one of the saints mostly associated with caring for animals. And snow, again, it's a nice connection with Bob. Bob had many pet squirrels. Bobette, Peapod Jr. Some of Bob's paintings, which we can only assume he was the one who named, had a spiritual bent to them, like divine elegance, divine beauty. Bob often anthropomorphized nature, saying it's he was fond of, describing trees, saying they need friends and clouds, and all aspects of his paintings, saying they were old, young, whether they needed some help, needed a friend in another version of another member of their species next to them, or animals climbing them. And then, of course, he would give them actual emotions. Lots of things were happy, like he got from Bill Alexander. Some were sad, some were tired, like him. The landscape itself, 100 years before him, there was a whole history, a tradition of, there's a whole school, the Hudson River School, based out of New York. Painters painting the American landscape, which itself was influenced by a whole European tradition, much older, painting the European landscape, often with ruins, because America doesn't have many ruins. if at all. So we didn't have that aspect in much of American painting, but the famous Caspar David Friedrich's man with a cane standing over the misty mountains from the top of a peak, it symbolizes the romantic visions of nature, depicting the natural world with having a deep source of mystery and beauty to it. Something that we haven't been pointing to a lack of science to have been able to explain and peel back yet. We don't know anything about consciousness in science, and there's aspects of our experience that are obviously not yet able to be explained through just neurons firing. We can't define very easily, at least, concepts like beauty, love, and warmth, and in the emotional sense, rapture, awe of nature, hate. Can't experience negative emotions either objectively. You can't read the definition of hate and just understand it. You have to experience it. And there's a lot of depth, there's a lot of symbolism, there's a lot expressed in landscape paintings. Thomas Cole, a famous guy we're going to be talking about shortly, his paintings are often known to have been pristine examples of divine perfection. And we're going to talk also about how Bob deliberately made his nature. Other than, I think, episode 2 of season 2, he painted Mount McKinley. I don't think he ever painted a physical, a actual landscape that exists in reality. Everything was a idealization from his own imagination, even if it was loosely based off, he was known to have gotten inspiration and used postcards and, just pictures of general locations to influence and get ideas from, but they were all at heart the creation of his own imagination. Even Henry David Thoreau's pragmatic and irreligious, he was outwardly atheistic, or at least non-Christian, and even that depiction of his life at Walden Pond is contrasted with it contrasted this transcendent simplicity of existence out there in such a natural place with the superfluous and trivial and shallowness of his busy daily life in the city before and after that transcending experience that he had at Emerson's Walden Pond. Francis of Assisi's, one of his writings was Canticle of the Sun. It calls out and praises the brother of the sun, brother of the wind and the air, sister of the moon and the water. Phrases that are overlapped with Eastern traditions and mythologies and art and writings. Bob tapped into all this, anthropomorphizing his nature. And importantly, he, in espousing the divinity, the power, the ability, the potential within all of us, what he was doing was mirroring what St. Francis in particular was doing way before, 1,000 years before Martin Luther told us all to read the Bible for ourselves instead of just listening and taking on good faith that the local priests' interpretation of it was the correct one. St. Francis of Assisi was impelling people to recognize that they had direct contact with God themselves, simply by the fact that they were divine individuals created in God's image, as the Christian tradition implies, or espouses in itself, that you didn't need to go to an institution to feel a connection, to revere and feel that divine communication. St. Francis said anyone can have direct communion with God and the divine through intimate, direct contact with reality, specifically nature, though. Specifically being out in nature. In the book here they say that against the hierarchical model of the Catholic Church and the art world, St. Francis and Bob, because Bob supplanted the art world, he didn't, discourage people from going to art school, but he also wanted to encourage people to follow their own visions and their own agency and sense of beauty, and not be blindly led, at least. Be aware of where your interests diverge from what any sort of art teacher is telling you your interests should be. And both of these figures, St. Francis and Bob, were against, in essence, any hierarchical model of authority. At least in the sense that as far as they were obstacles to connecting with your own abilities to create art or your own ability to commune with God. You didn't need a middleman. Respectively, they preached a message that anyone could participate in a simple life of communion with nature, with animals, with God's blessings. I mean, Bob ended virtually, if not every episode, saying, "God bless, my friend." So, undeniably, unmistakably, there is a spirituality, a deep spirituality with Bob. His fundamental belief, his conviction, his dogma was that something he didn't question was that anyone could paint, and they didn't need to earn a master's degree or fine arts or be touched by Michelangelo, as he often said, or go to a fancy school or be of a certain status or member of a class of society to do it. There's an idea about a happiness gap in life, and Bob was clear that there's a connection between painting, between expressing yourself more generally maybe, and the happiness, the satisfaction, the contentment, not even if it's not necessarily joy, the meaningfulness. I think at its root, that's what all the positive experiences in life have in common, is that they're meaningful. You feel like they're not worthless in the final analysis. And Bob wanted everyone, he didn't want there to be any institutional obstacles to accessing this experience and enriching people's lives. I mean, he went to New York Central Park, and apparently there was a quarter million people showed up at that event. And of course, he didn't charge anybody for that. He was out there. I mean, maybe he sold whatever artwork he painted, or maybe he auctioned it off, most likely. But anybody could stop by and see them, take a picture with them, paint along. Specifically, that's a very important part of that. And Bob wanted to, again, just like St. Francis, emphasize the power and the ability of the individual to access these deep, deep, deep experiences for themselves without needing a middleman to tell them how to do it, when and where. Mr. Rogers, of course, he's a equally, if not more so, well-known public TV personality. He focused his efforts on children, but Bob also focused on children, of all age groups. But they have a lot in common. And Mr. Rogers, interestingly, was explicitly, he went to seminary and trained to become a pastor or a priest. I guess a Protestant priest. Or at least it says that he intended to go to seminary after college. But instead he chose to go into the nascent medium of TV. After encountering a TV at his parents' home in 1951, remember, this is only about 6 years after the end of World War II, and I'm sure to someone who was so deeply religious as Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers was, that was very impactful event, and it probably made him reanalyze, just reevaluate what it is that our society's doing to, at least ours in America, to leading to such catastrophic devastation. In a CNN interview, he said, "I went into TV because I hated it, and I thought there's some way of using this fabulous instrument to nurture those who would watch and listen." So he worked for NBC in New York City for a while. In his show, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, spent fewer... They were distinguished from another public TV, famous TV children's show, Sesame Street, in that he spent fewer resources on research, but he did use early childhood education concepts taught by famous intellectuals and psychologists in his lessons, and he saw his responsibility as less academic, intellectual, rational, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and more moral, more ethical, focusing on relationships and emotions, the psychology, things that children weren't going to explicitly be taught at that time in school. He was interestingly very religious on a spiritual level, but also on a physical and daily level. He was very regimented. Woke up 4:30. I said this in the last video, but it's cool to know that he was physically fit. He's not very physically, in a muscular sense, imposing, but you look at him, he was never overweight, and in fact, he swam. He was a devout swimmer, swam every morning, swam laps, which is a deceptively vigorous activity to do. If you guys have ever swam much, you would know that. And he swam every single day, made a point to do that, kept his weight down. He played piano, he was artistic, and in particular with his weight, he kept it at 143. I don't know how many people know this, but I didn't. Because Surely not only because, but I'm sure it helped. It added a nice layer of symbolism behind it. The phrase "I love you," each word in that phrase corresponds to the order of numbers in the number 143. The number of letters in I, in love, and you is 1, 4, and 3, respectively. It's pretty cool. He knew, he recognized a need for attention to children's emotions and just deeper spiritual concepts that science does not tackle and is not in the position to tackle yet. Has not reached a sophistication and a depth to analyze with any effectiveness, really. He noticed that society is too noisy. We talk too much and don't listen enough. There's not enough pauses, and there's too much noise. And we'll be touching upon noise in a little bit. It's a very interesting concept. And overstimulation, oversaturation with noise, too much noise and not enough signal in the noise. Even they even talk about Joseph Campbell, a famous student of Carl Jung's, or at least a famous follower of Carl Jung's psychology and philosophy. Joseph Campbell's, one of his more famous lines was "Follow your bliss." Campbell, they say in the book, speaks about the connection between art and mythology, often saying that the work of the artist is to interpret the contemporary world as experienced in terms of relevance to our inner life. And Carl Jung wrote in his book, Ion researches into the phenomenology of the self, in a chapter that is tellingly titled Christ in the Symbol of the self being a psychological concept Carl Jung often used and very thoroughly elaborated on. He wrote that no tree, it is said, that can grow. He didn't attribute the saying, but he was pointing to the fact that it wasn't him that came up with it. No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. There's nature, a mix between nature and symbolism and religious ideas all throughout history and all religions. There's the world tree of Norse mythology and a lot of native cultures. They all, base the concept of reality around of experience in the world itself, around a tree or some sort of massive figure like the turtle with the ocean around it. And Bob was often known to, as he was explaining and describing more literal concepts of needing a contrast between dark and light all the time, he often used trees as he was talking about the painting, the technical artistic difference between light and dark, and how you need a contrast of both to be able to, how each feed off each other. But he would also make the metaphorical connection, as I've mentioned a couple times before. It's just really important to recognize, though, between happiness and sorrow. Saying you really can't know happiness, I believe, unless you have a little sorrow in your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't know when the happy times come. And Bob, we've talked about, he had chronic health issues. Aside from reoccurring bouts of cancer, he had headaches, he had a heart attack in his 40s. I think he had cancer in his 30s, and it came back, ultimately killed him in his 50s, early 50s. He died at 52. And despite all that, despite his parents' death, his second wife's death, other less serious but still influential sorrows and tragedies in his life, he deliberately chose to remain optimistic, to see the joy, to have gratitude in everything. And of course, he's only human. I'm sure he had plenty of human emotions that he showed outside and offset. But on the show, he deliberately, again, sanitized his world. He made it a place of respite. He made it a place of joy, but a place in which joy can thrive, of gratitude, of constant sayings, of constant, encouragement for us to see nature and experience nature and experience and appreciate that we can experience something as beautiful as nature when we have the chance in a relationship with other people. The book constantly makes the connection that Bob recognizes not only the healing effects of creating art, but landscapes and the painting, the proximity to nature that you feel when you're painting landscapes. He knew there was a healing effect his words had on viewers. And the combination of this, his style, his words, his landscapes, his philosophy of environmentalism and spiritual, finding a depth in experiencing nature, seeing the world through different eyes when you pay attention. He envisioned the future, and he would sprinkle it in every now and then, not a lot, but he would talk about his vision of his grandchildren being able to inhabit these landscapes. Like, this was Bob's dream, was to take care of the world so it was still beautiful, still pristine for his grandchildren, which unfortunately it doesn't appear that his son Steve ever had kids. So, but that's okay, because he touched enough people where he has, in essence, a whole generation of children that were influenced and appreciate him for who he was and the message he was embodying, really, and teaching. This concept of the symbolism and the psychological impact that landscapes in general have, being in nature, and what our valuation, what our love of landscape paintings, if we're not directly in nature, reveal about ourselves, show us about ourselves. Bob's choice to paint landscapes points to his spirituality. And we can see there was as I pointed to earlier, there was a huge development that preceded Bob. Bob wasn't the first landscape painter. There's a whole movement that relates to the in the 17th and 18th, and even really, I think, culminating maybe in the 19th century, the 1800s. There's a landscape painting movement that progressively got more and more popular, because it used to be paintings of historical or mythological figures that were, portraits and pictures of people, less landscapes, and there was a series of landscape painters that really wanted to elevate landscape painting to this status, where the landscape rather than the human was the central figure of the painting and central subject matter. And as these landscapes were elevated, there's a philosophizing that this symbolized it had an interesting correlation with the decline in religiousness, but the incline in spirituality, more secular, perhaps, spirituality. So psychologically, it's very interesting that as a society, we were more increasingly drawn to nature and to incorporate nature in our parks and be surrounded by nature and react against over building and too much industrialization and surrounding ourselves with too much man-made things, that at least the man-made things that lacked beauty. And Sir Kenneth Clarke, the famous historian, he's often on BBC, he had the series Civilizations. He said that perhaps the chief artistic creation of the 19th century was landscape paintings, the dominant art, he called it. He said the painting landscape is a normal and enduring part of our, meaning the West's, spiritual activity. And there's a whole history that Bob was the inheritor of between landscape painting, like I alluded to earlier, and social criticism and movements for social progress and change, and marrying the utopian visions of society with the utopian ideal landscapes of the future. One of the greatest landscape painters, up there with Thomas Cole, and a very large influence on social reform in the 19th century, in America in particular, was John Ruskin. John Ruskin importantly linked the aesthetic and the divine, and he, in that time, and still is today, I guess the emergence of the criticism of and reaction towards the devaluation of human labor that the Industrial Revolution really brought on, because it made the artisan secondary to cheap products, massively produced in large quantities. It devalued the labor of the individual. It generally, because you didn't have to be as skilled, you didn't have to be a specialist anymore, you were just mostly on an assembly line, you were only having to be good at one small particular thing. You didn't have to craft an entire product from end to end like most artisans do. You were just capping the little string of a shoelace rather than creating a whole shoe in and of itself. And there's an interesting correlation there between the arete and the balance of virtues that you cultivate under that ideal, and the degradation of society when you start to forget about that and not pay attention to that, and there's an imbalance, or a correlation at least, between the self-development of the individual, if it's imbalanced, and the fate of society that is made up of all these imbalanced individuals. And John Ruskin famously pointed out that, and this is no accident, the artisan's joy in creating in freely creating and developing himself as a being, intellectually, spiritually, and physically. And so much of factory work suppresses this. You're not making money for yourself. You're a master of your own destiny. You're not creating your own direction in your work. You're a cog in a wheel. He said that we want man to always be thinking. We want one. His problem with the society was that currently in the 1800s, the worker wasn't allowed to think and express his own personality and ideas using his hands rather than machinery. He says it's an issue that we want one man to always be thinking and another to be working. And we call one a gentleman and another just a simple operative, whereas the workman ought to be thinking and the thinker ought to be working, physically moving. Both should be gentlemen in the best sense. The mass of society is made up of morbid thinkers, he says, and miserable workers. It's only by labor that thought can be made healthy, and only by thought that labor can be made happy. And the two cannot be separated with impunity, without, negative consequences. This is both an aesthetic attack on and a social critique of the division of labor from industrialization. And this had a profound effect on William Morris, a thinker that Congdon and company bring up later in the book, and we will too. The 19th and into the 20th centuries, there was a romantic movement that intensified. And Bob was he didn't escape this. He was a romantic. He wasn't a hard secular rationalist. The romantic movement intensified the existing interest in landscape art, and remote and wild landscapes now became more prominent. In the United States, the Hudson River School that we talked about was prominent in the middle to late 19th century, so around 1900 is when it disbanded. In its heyday, is probably the best known native development in landscape art in America. These painters, they created works of mammoth scales that attempted to capture the epic scope of the American landscapes that inspired them. And Thomas Cole was arguably its leader, acknowledged founder. He embodied a kind of secular faith in the spiritual benefits to be gained from the contemplation of natural beauty. There's a great little self-made documentary, like YouTube documentary, but it's like 10 years old, so it's cool to see stuff that old on YouTube, but called The Course of Empire, Thomas Cole's Warning to America. And Thomas made criticisms of the American empire. Cole noticed, the documentary says, Cole noticed the cruelty of man's imperial dominance. He was awestruck by the remains of Roman culture. He had gone on a tour from America into Italy and Europe, greater Europe, touring the cities, but also the outer rural landscapes and the country scenes, and saw a lot of the ruins in both of those places. And he said none but those who can see and experience in person the remains of antiquity can really understand what ancient Rome was. They filled the mind with wonder. And we can't but contrast the energy of the ancients with the effeminacy of the modern. And what a difference between the builders of these great ruins and those modern people just engaged in their excavation. So he's worried, he reveres the greatness of Rome, for instance, but he also is very aware of the collapse of it and is trying to pay attention and learn lessons for America of what not to do. He said, traveling through the ancient ruins and landscapes, the documentarist said, heightened his awareness of the cyclical patterns of empires and the vulnerability of the budding American empire to these deep historical trends. Some of the later Hudson River School artists, such as Albert Bierstadt, created less comforting works that placed a greater emphasis and a great deal of romantic exaggeration on the raw, even terrifying power of nature. And I think Bob's decision to use more peaceful, tranquil environments reveals something about his temperament and personality and his message. And like I said, there was a link between these popular landscapes, the overwhelming and increasing popularity throughout the 1800s of these popular landscapes and social movements. And Congdon makes a connection there with Bob, and clearly Bob, as a landscape artist, was at least partially, if not very significantly, influenced by other American landscape painters and other cultures too, European, I'm sure, but being an American, I'm sure he was influenced by the Hudson River School. And they couldn't help make the connection between there is a whole utopian education reform, societal reform movement that was influenced by and led by in some cases painters of the Hudson River School and other landscape painting schools. They say significant to Bob's success on the television series The Classes and The Enterprise is Bob's charisma. His charisma coupled with the philosophy of education that he employed, that was informed by a utopian impulse to promote the potential in all who participated. Daniel Chortikoff described the utopian impulse as a response, quote, a response to existing social conditions and an attempt to transcend and transform those conditions to achieve an ideal. This impulse is evidenced broadly in culture and society, including the arts. And Barbara Novak in 1974 argued that this impulse is coalesced in American landscape painting around a belief in the redemptive qualities of unspoiled, pristine nature. This impulse was shaped by the writings of famous philosophers and writers as Rousseau, William Wordsworth, Emerson. In the United States, it contributed to the formation of an artistic identity group known as the Hudson River Schools that expressed their love of nature through their paintings. Thomas Cole, Frederick Edwin Church, John Friedrich Kensett. Among these artists and their admirers, contemplating the landscape, including the painted landscape, was equated with the contemplation of virtuous deeds. In this regard, in 1830, a contributor to the North American Review noted that the beauty in nature and in the arts is nearly allied to the love of that which is good. So close is the association that it's often been doubted whether beauty can be anything more than a visible manifestation of all those amiable moral qualities of which the mere idea fills the heart with delightful emotions and confers a charm on every person and thing with which they appear to be associated. They say the landscapes produced by the Hudson River school painters depicted nature as a paradise on earth, undefiled with few human traces. It's important to note that the landscapes painted by these artists, despite the implied realism in their work, because it wasn't abstract or what's the word? It was just very literal and abstractly painted. At least the shapes were, the subjects, the objects, and the like rocks, trees, all the components of the landscape. Impressionist, that's what I was going to say. It wasn't impressionist. It was very sharply defined lines, very real, very photorealistic. Despite this, though, these were often synthesized and idealized landscapes. While sketches might have been done in the field, the actual paintings were accomplished in the studio. So they were informed and they were elaborated upon and they were manipulated and transformed in order to gain a certain final image that more closely related to their vision, their utopian vision. And then they go on to talk about more social reformers. One in particular was Bronson Alcott. And it said, among the transcendentalists influencing the Hudson River School was some like Bronson Alcott, who promoted the link between a transcendentalism, which was a philosophy, education and utopian change. Now, transcendentalism, I would screw up if I tried to define off the top of my head, so let's look it up. It's a movement from the early 19th century, the 1820s and 30s, in Upper East America, New England. A core belief is in the inherent goodness of people and nature. And while society and its institutions have corrupted the purity of the individual, people are at their best when they're truly self-reliant and independent. They often saw divine experience inherent in the everyday rather than believing in a distant heaven. In another world, they took the belief in heaven and kingdom of God on earth serious. The realization of heaven on earth, rather. They saw physical and spiritual phenomenon as a part of dynamic processes rather than discrete entities. So it was a holistic view of reality. They felt that there could be divinity in any experience, whether it's work or play or any explicitly spiritual activity like actually going to church. Imagine that, having an actual spiritual experience in church or at temple or at the mosque, rather than it being more a social gathering. Imagine that. What if that was the norm? They emphasized subjective intuition over objective empiricism, Adherents believe that individuals are capable of generating completely original insights with little attention or deference to past masters. It arose as a reaction to or protest against the general state of intellectualism and spirituality at the time. I think, again, with the decline of prominence as God and the church as the central cohesive element in society, became a skepticism towards spirituality more generally. And so therefore, I think it wasn't taken as seriously, it wasn't revered as much, it wasn't respected, its status diminished, as well as its practice probably. And intellectualism was put on a pedestal. And this was an imbalance because, of course, as I was trying my best to make a point about intellectualism, rational, scientific thought is very powerful, very important, but isn't in and of itself a complete picture and doesn't completely characterize the human experience, the human mental field of experience and capabilities. The doctrine of the Unitarian Church, as taught by Harvard Divinity School, was closely related to this. Transcendentalism, it emerged from English and German Romanticism of the late 1700s. The biblical criticism of John Gottfried Herder, Friedrich Schleiermacher, and the skepticism of the English philosopher David Hume, as well as the German philosophers Immanuel Kant in the school of German idealism. Okay, so, and it may have also been strongly influenced by Hindu texts on philosophy of the mind and spirituality, especially the Upanishads, which, especially in the 1700s and after, were being previously they hadn't been widely translated in the West into English. So they were starting to have an effect as well. And in order to, you have to practice anything that you want to get good at and develop more finely. And painting wasn't able to, you can't paint a complete picture without having the picture in mind first. You can't, just like you can't do anything without having some general idea of how to go about doing it and what the end product is going to look like. You can adapt along the way, but you have to have the vision in your mind to be most effective in beginning and completing it. And just like having a utopian ideal of society, you have to know the steps to get there. You have to know what to change. You have to know what you have to begin with. And there's a huge there's a huge analogy overlap between the two. Because, anything you do, very often it overlaps and develops skills that translate over into other areas of experience in life and behavior, action, being. For Bob Ross, the scenes obviously weren't real he was painting, because nature rarely grows as perfect as his, perfectly landscaped, his clearings here with, a perfect vista of a mountain there, and the trees just perfectly dead here in the front so that you can see the ones in the background, and, a nice slope just gracefully going up to the water's edge. The beach with a perfect prominence out into the water like that. It would be nice to be sitting under those trees and, make a nice little hammock there, have a nice picnic. But more often than not, nature would have eroded all this away. But it's still a beautiful scene because you could imagine inhabiting it And just like that, you could, if you paint it beautiful enough, I could imagine that would exist at some point. Maybe nature would eventually erode it, so it has some sort of anchor to reality. You have to paint a picture of, so in order to, translate that to something like social reform, you have to imagine, you have to take into account the rules of society and history, what history tells us, human behavior, psychology, sociology, the patterns of history, what works, what clearly doesn't work, what mistakes we don't want to make, but what might be open for reevaluation. And you have to have a vision before you can complete it. You have to have a vision of the possibilities of where the mistakes could be made, where they could be rectified. And with Bob, he wasn't interested in social reform per se, but he was reforming the individuals, giving them a view of his philosophy, of his world that he wanted to exist. And that, for him, that focused around environmentalism and conservation. He even said multiple times that he used to hunt with a camera. When he fished, he always put him back, give him a little pat on the tutu and let him go so we can catch him again tomorrow. So he wasn't I'm sure he fished and ate fish, but he enjoyed and appreciated, and he wasn't frivolous with his, he wasn't extreme with his hunting and fishing, if he did. So this character Bronson Alcott here, he promoted the link between the transcendentalism, education, and utopian social change. Any good social reformist knows you got to get the children when they're young if you want to indoctrinate them with your philosophy. That children are very they absorb information very readily. They're very impressionable. Children can pick up bad as well as good habits, and they could be lifelong habits that they form if they're taught consistently enough. Bronson Alcott famously worked with Elizabeth Peabody, I believe of the Peabody Awards fame, and Peabody opened the first U.S. kindergarten, a term from German because it was invented first over there, thought to put children in a social environment, in a school-like environment, and specifically encourage play. And the word means kinder, children, and Garten. Garten is garden, so a garden of children, and it means it was a place for really instilling the values of these utopian ideals that Bronson Alcott and Elizabeth Peabody and many others were promoting, and some of these interesting and I think really positive, useful, practical, good concepts are a teaching style based on conversation. Against corporeal or physical punishment. I think if you're going to do that, you do it at home on your own time with your own children. And that's on you if you overdo it. I think school is no place for physical punishment, and luckily it's not anymore. but it certainly was at a certain time. He implemented things like, instead of hitting a child, he would offer his own hand to be hit for the offending student to hit, saying that any failing was the teacher's responsibility. Instead of hitting the child, he would offer his own hand for that child who would normally be hit to hit, and he felt the shame and guilt induced by this method, because he would justify it by taking accountability for the child's actions on himself or the teacher, saying it was their fault if they hadn't taught the child to behave correctly. He thought this was far superior to any method that, instilling fear by punishment in them. When he used physical correction, he required that the students be unanimous, and on top of that, unanimously in support of doing it, even including the student to be punished. So he is making the student who would hit him on the hand for acting poorly themselves or incorrectly, take accountability for deciding to hit their teacher on the hand. And in turn, also, that would be a admission of, guilt on their part, that they did something wrong to merit that sort of merit punishment of either party. Peabody, she opened the first kindergarten in the U.S. long before most educators. She embraced the premise that children's play. This is really important here, because Bob employs play and a sense of high-spiritedness about him all the time. In his wit and his playful creative exploration of and course correction and doing things spontaneously. Long before most educators, she thought children's play has intrinsic developmental and educational value. And again, the connection with Buddhism, she was the first translator into English of the most famous Buddhist scripture, the Lotus Sutra. Very influenced in general as by Buddhism and Eastern philosophy. So, Bob promised joy. He promised success in the paintings, even to the beginner, because he knew the intrinsic value of trying things out, of being creative, and he didn't want to, he wanted to encourage. His business model was, of course, this would give him more money, more customers, but it would also, in doing that, he knew that his business model, like I touched upon in part 1, was a win-win. It was symbiotic. The more people he reached, the more products he sold, but the more people he knew would challenge their own creativity, would experience something similar to joy, if not joy itself, in the act of creating and painting, and they would learn something about themselves. They would develop new skills. They would learn that they could learn. They would learn to appreciate nature, to pay attention to nature, based on how water falls or trees bend and lean and grow, and in what groups and what size, and how mountains, the contours of mountains. This is really, really, it's an onion. It just peels back layers and layers of it. Core aspect of this, it was called the Temple School in Boston, founded by Bronson Alcott and Elizabeth Peabody, and the core tenet was that under the right circumstances, everyone could reach their potential. They thought education is intrinsically connected with the utopian. Because you can't have the end result you want unless you plan it out and impact the people who become the end result at a young age. Indeed, they say, I guess Michael Peters and John Moore in 2006 argued that indeed utopias can be thought of as fundamentally education in the sense that they are designs for living, designed explicitly for encouraging the development of certain kinds of habits, dispositions, and attitudes, towards each other in the world. And this Congdon connects this with leisure time. It's telling, like we touched upon before, what people do. It's telling of a society and the people who make up and are made by. It's a two-way exchange, of influence. Their society. About when we consider what they choose to do with their free time. What people are inclined to do. How magnanimous are they? How, connected to their community are they? How interested in self-development are they? There was a Stephen Gelber in 1999 argued that in hobbies, leisure, and the culture of work in America, that a basic distrust and discomfort of leisure or free time encouraged Americans to engage in hobbies. In the 1800s, when the Industrial Revolution, while it devalued individual creativity and labor, it also, and made work simpler, but less interesting, less creative, more monotonous. The skill level reduced dramatically to be able to make a product. You just had to have a bunch of people know how to do one thing very well, but, and together they made a complete product, but individually no one was that creative. Only the business owner structuring and creating the business, and the inventor of the product or crafter of the initial design of the product, I guess, the engineer, was the one being creative there. While that was the negative aspect, the positive aspect was a general, and you can't deny this, a very rapid rise in wealth, and therefore surplus goods, no longer a need to work yourself to the bone to be able to make ends meet, so therefore there's more leisure time, and there was an emergence of a craft industry. With the Christian work ethic we touched upon, Christians, they thought very poorly of, they thought idleness was the devil's workshop. They looked down upon laziness and gluttony, hedonism, these values that were core, well, not core, but very prevalent in Roman society right before its collapse. Dishonesty, corruption. They put all those in the same basket, and so, especially in America, although there was a decline in Christianity in Europe, in America there was a corresponding decline in some areas, but in other areas, there was very influential religious movements, revivalists, people trying to revive the religious fervor. And you can imagine if you're on the West, on the frontier, not in some civilized, mostly peaceful European village, but you're on the American frontier, you have the genocide committed against the Indians and Native Americans, and they want constant retaliation for that, of course. You're constantly infringing on their lands, so you're constantly at war with them, with other European settlers, colonizers. You're constantly just at war with nature. There's wild animals, bears, tigers, snakes, crocodiles down here. You're constantly fighting, battling the elements, battling famine, starvation if your crops. You're settling new frontiers. Nothing is established. Nothing is guaranteed. You need a deep belief that you're doing, that you have God at your back, just, to put it simply. And all that is informs the American spirit and the American perspective and the dedication and discipline, perseverance, courage, and just hard work, just belief in success and the future rewards that they'll be able to reap if they sacrifice metaphorically, spiritually, physically, here and now, with hard work and a disciplined mind and body, to achieve their goals. So there was a deep spirituality about America that Europe didn't quite have on the whole. And this has carried over into the present day, but definitely in World War II afterwards, there's a huge unity among nations. In particular, there's a basic distrust, and people wanted to stay busy. The whole craft industry emerged in the beginning of the 19th through the 20th centuries. Painting was among these activities, and Bill Alexander in the 1960s. He combined landscape painting with an educational program for hobbyists, and he opened the door for Bill in this way, making it a business model. And Alexander's purpose was, quote, capturing dreams and putting them on canvas. It wasn't long after Bob retired from the Navy, like we found out last time, that he started being a teacher, being an instructor for Alexander and his educational enterprise to all these new hobbyists, especially after the war. Think about the 60s were only 15, 20 years after World War II. 70s, only 30. We're in 2022, we're only 30 years removed from, Bill Clinton's presidency, the Gulf War, the 90s in general. Bob Ross's death, I guess, that's pretty relevant. All this leads to there's a huge philosophical movement or movement. There's a lot of philosophers paid attention and still do to consumerism and leisure, lack of leisure, or lack of proper use of leisure time, I guess. And with the rise of the Industrial Revolution came just a surplus of general goods and products, and a lack of appreciation for what the old artisans used to really offer, the quality products, and until there was a reaction against it. And in consumer society in American history, a reader, in the introduction, it's a series of essays about consumerism. the reduction of the work week from 1850 to the 1930s went from 64 hours to 40 hours. It's a massive reduction. You have 15 extra hours a week. And what do you do with it? What is, as a society, what does that do when you have more money and less time and more time to yourself? This one result that happened was more consumption. But there's also a reaction to that, and a reaction to the devaluation of labor with these DIY movements. And there's a lot of people that recognize that it's a ailment of society to have too many people not acting for their own best interest, not developing themselves, not applying themselves, learning new hobbies and trades, and extending out, reaching more of their potential. When you have too many people passively consuming and material products and entertainment, you don't grow, you wither. Dallas Smith in 1972 says the basic myth of modern American culture is that of consumption, and that consumption is the goal of life. Now, the Ford's Model T factory in 2020 terms paid about $160 a day. Maybe that's more like $200 now with inflation. But it reduced the typical work hour workday from 10 or 11 hours to 8 hours. So you earned about $20 an hour adjusted for inflation. So there was a rise in pay in general, and he did set a massive trend and a standard for factory work. He was famously not overly exploiting his workers the way most factories were. And with this rise of wealth, this rise of consumerism, for instance, that came with it, for instance, the number of malls, the proliferation of malls and shopping stores in general tells us something about this trend. In 1945, there was only 8 malls. In 1960, just 15 years later, there's 3,840 malls. Rapid expansion of our economy in America. Anybody who, I don't even really remember this, but maybe I've seen a few in my life when I was younger. I was born in 1989. There used to be the store Sears, which is, I think almost about defunct now. It used to be essentially the Walmart of shopping malls. And there was a catalog, a physical, thick catalog that they, mailed out. And Franklin D. Roosevelt in the 40s said that if he could give one book to the Soviets to teach them about the West, it would be this Sears catalog. And so that said, we have plenitude, we have surplus, we have access to luxuries. But the downside of industrialization, overconsumption, was that you lack individuation, you lack meaning when you don't engage with yourself and others and develop and grow together. And God, yeah, just the price on advertising, and companies were rampant with just trying to obviously consume. With this growing economy came people preying on people's psychology through marketing, advertising, until it became a real big deal, a real big problem. In the 1979 crisis of confidence speech, President Jimmy Carter famously warned Americans that too many of us are now worshiping self-indulgence and consumption. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns. We've discovered that owning things and consuming things, though, does not satisfy longing for meaning in the long run. We've learned that piling up material goods can't fill the emptiness of lives which have no confidence and no purpose. People were becoming really gluttons of materialism. Not just fast food, but fast products, cheap merchandise, and cheap fashion. Sigmund Freud's nephew, Edward Bernays, famously learned from his uncle and was a psychologist in and of himself, really, because he knew how to tap into the desires to make people want to buy products and manipulate them. In 1877 was the first year an advertising agency came onto the scene, and less than 30 years later, corporations were spending $95 million in those dollars a year. This was a linchpin of the new corporate economy and a crucial purveyor of the American dream. By 1919, about 50 years later, World War I, advertising in America was $500 million a year. Okay, this guy... So there's a guy who famously inspired the Wachowskis to the Matrix series. And they put his book, it's Jean Baudrillard, they put his book in the one of the early scenes in the first movie of the Matrix. It's where Neo stores his illegal disk drives and thumb drives and whatnot. It's called Simulacra and Simulation. I haven't read it. I've heard about the guy for years. I don't want to pretend that I'm able to interpret what it was, but he famously wrote about consumerism and society more generally. He was a philosopher. He tried to understand how we're being changed as individuals, as a society, through overconsumption, through digital media. Just really insightful into social and society and culture in general. And according to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, he continues to be of use in interpreting present social trends too. There is a concept him and Veblen came up with called conspicuous, or at least used. Veblen came up with it and he used it. Conspicuous consumption and a display of commodities. He analyzed it in his book Theory of the Leisure Class. Baudrillard argued that it's become extended to everyone in the consumer society. What used to be the aristocracy, the royalty, pissing contest for how much wealth you have, now that everybody had access to at least some level of wealth and products that were cheap but could symbolize wealth by looking more expensive than they really were. Think about like all the fake wood shelves you see in Publix or Publix, Home Depot. Baudrillard sees violent eruptions and sudden disintegration of society on the horizon for this vacuous stand-in for actual social status. He posits that the exploitation of workers' time and labor and their subsequent alienation from communities, because this would result in their work as rarely a source of pride, but only as, monetary compensation, is going to lead to the end of transcendence, where the individuals can neither perceive their own true needs or another way of life. They're becoming removed from our own biological instincts and our needs, our desires. We're being manipulated. We're being oversaturated with cheap pleasures. We're not cultivating deep personhoods and senses of identity, and we're not in tune with mythology and spiritual our narratives, overarching narratives of society that we used to be so in tune with, and that used to inform the motivation for our every action, used to help us get out of bed. We didn't even think. It was so ingrained in the world we lived in. Everything was alive. Everything had a purpose. Everything was towards an end, a heaven, a paradise. Everything was progress. But now we get so confused, overstimulated. We don't know. We're disoriented. We have no orientation. We have no direction. We have no purpose, no meaning. And it's a huge problem if we choose to partake in this overly vacuous consumer society. And he thinks that its core, Baudrillard thinks that it's human creativity and potentiality that's at risk here. In a media and consumer society, culture and consumption also become homogenized, depriving individuals of the possibility of cultivating individuality and self-determination. For Bataille, another famous late 20th century philosopher, human beings were beings of excess with exorbitant energy, fantasies, drives, needs, desires, like unique desires, not all the same. And this is, he's one of a key figure in postmodernism, which is another thing I don't understand, but I love exploring and just trying to see the overlaps and correlations with these ideas and ideas in history and how we interpret history and trends and historical, cultural movements. And Baudrillard's postmodern universe is one that he calls hyper-reality. If anyone's ever watched Rick Roderick, the philosopher, long since dead, but he actually died in the late 90s, I think, but his videos, he has videos on postmodernism and Nietzsche and philosophy in general. Really interesting if you guys want just a really entertaining but very deep thinker and communicator of deep ideas. I'd highly recommend watching Rick Roderick. But that's where I learned about all these guys initially. So this idea in this postmodern universe of Baudrillard's, this idea of hyperreality is one that entertainment, information, communication technologies, they provide experiences that are more and more intense and involving than the actual experience of life, to the point where we get detached. I guess I do that. We get snipped off from our, we get untethered from reality. We get ungrounded. in all work and no play, it doesn't pay. Juliet Shore said that in the last 40 or so years, the work week, instead of decreasing, has actually started to increase now. And we're not really sure why. But it's undoubtedly, and Bob Ross, this was from 1969 to 1989, a study was looking at this, and over that period, I'm pretty sure it has continued a little bit, but I don't think it's gone down. From roughly 70 to 1990, American work hours has increased, and they're only topped by Japanese work hours. From about 1800 to almost 1950, adding almost a 13th work month to the workforce. And Bob, I think, represented an antidote to all this. He wanted us to get grounded, get back in touch with nature, get our feet on the ground, out in the wild, into reality. Because if nothing else, nature represents reality. It's not fake, it's not man-made, it's not a facade, it's not a simulation, it's not anything we can deceive ourselves about navigating. You have to be wary of animals, be wary of physics and the laws of nature and biology and, toxic plants and poisonous insects and animals that might eat you. You have to be able to navigate the real world. You have to be exposed to the elements. But then you can also feel the vibrancy, the vibration that we talked about, Bob feeling of God, the vibration of God and spirituality and the spirit that's alive out there. If you just let it in. And I'm not advocating New Ageism and, telling you have to force this view on yourself. You just have to go out there and experience that you, unlike being in the supermarket, and you have the, supermarket, Dr. Darren Stalehoff said there's a sense of supermarket, he had a cool phrase, but basically it's the delusion we get of being removed from the actual process of procuring meat, raising animals on a farm, slaughtering them, processing them, putting them in packages, shipping them to stores where we just, drive our car, get in a nice shop, go in some air-conditioned store and pick them out of a nice display of frozen meat. And in our minds, we're so removed from the actual reality of what it takes to get that meat there. How many, it's so far away. It's shipped from maybe up to hundreds of miles away in some cases. It makes us out of touch with reality. And, all this are things that are hurting our psyche, our sense of, again, unification with the world. And this increase in the work week that Shore is talking about, in a 1991 Gallup poll, there's an indication that 43% of working parents experience a great deal of stress and conflict between work and family and personal life or happiness. The satisfaction of your personal life bears the burden of this. The work ethic and leisure activity, written by Morehouse, the work ethic and leisure activity, said that there's a huge correlation, and we need to pay attention to the purpose given by one's job, and just how core and how integral to social stability it really is for people to have purpose in what they do. He says clearly, work not only serves to produce goods and services, but it also performs an essential psychic logistical function. Psychologistical. It operates as a great stabilizing integration, ego-satisfying central influence in the pattern of each person's life. If the job fails to fulfill the needs of the personality, it's problematic whether man can find adequate substitutes to provide a sense of achievement, purpose, justification for their lives. And as a suggestion, an ideal job would give you a sense of pride, a sense of real contribution to you, your family, your community, just like in the tribal setting we talked about. Leisure wasn't frivolous. Leisure was still purposive. All activity, all time spent doing something, whether it was just, horsing around with your friends and cousins and whatnot, neighbors, you were still engaging in your community. You were reinforcing bonds and social ties. Everything had a purpose. And we're realizing that, the importance of that, and the ramifications of ignoring that. This wasn't just a single slice in time that our time was purposive all the time. It was essentially the entire evolutionary history of humanity. And if not the 3.5 billion years before we became, before 7 million years ago when we diverged from chimpanzees and became our own Homo genus, it was at least in the last, 500,000 years or 300,000 years, whatever the current estimate is, that we became Homo sapiens, that we were acting as a unified tribe, community, very much integrated into whatever group we belonged to. Another couple aspects of an ideal job are a sense of affirmation, of identity that you get with a belonging through, connection with the end product. You're not just another level in a pyramid. You can see the whole pyramid. You can see the whole building, the whole product, the planting and harvesting of the food. And that it's another aspect is that it's a source of meaning and purpose because it contributes again to the overarching goal of society. I alluded to this in my intro, that there was, with this sprawl, like we said, it went, we built thousands of shopping malls in just the first 15 years after World War II. Well, that also, the housing market also correlates to that. We had baby boom. We have an entire generation we label baby boomers based on the booming increase in the number of births after World War II. The economy was great. There was surplus of everything. There's no reason not to have children. And there was a ton of children, and there still is, for, a short while more, at least. But there was new suburban sprawl, new development happening left and right. But with this suburban sprawl, there was also more social ramifications. People weren't in dense cities where they had to interact with multiple people all the time just on your way out of your apartment building or down to the corner store. You could live in a house in a neighborhood without seeing anybody all day if you so choose, or you just get in your car and you only have to interact with the cashier at the grocery store, the gas station, go back home, and you're back in isolation. And I think it really reached its peak in the late 80s, I think, right around there. And that's, interestingly, when Bob was on TV. And interestingly, he was very popular. Very popular. What correlated with all this is the TV. Consumption went from material to digital. Material didn't go away, but we added a whole nother complex layer of digital to it. But just as Fred Rogers recognized that the medium wasn't necessarily bad, it was how you use it. So did Bob. I think he used TV, the early symbol of American affluence and leisure, and the symbolic and literal replacement of the family hearth as a place to gather around, to befriend and suggest to others a means by which they could achieve true individualism. And this was by a creative challenge, as opposed to a superficial appearance of, individualism through consumption. Bob wanted to not only, give you a companionship in his personality, and maybe some entertainment because of the gimmicky nature of just doing something cool fast, but he wanted to, of course, encourage us to be individuals and not be victim to the fast pleasure, instant gratification, which is more and more rampant with the internet, TV 2.0, as we'll see. That was so tempting to that generation. Fred Rogers recognized the problem of modern over-stimulation, and I thought it was interesting between TV and cinema and action, and then music. I heard an interesting example recently about pointing to this the negative effects of popularity in action cinema. From Aaron Bergstrom writes from threebrothersfilm.com, jump cuts, shaky cam, instead of tracking, the long, like in Goodfellas, the famous long scene tracking cam where they go all the way through the out of the car, across the street, into the bottom of the club's, back door of the kitchen, all the way through the kitchen, out of the kitchen, through the the dining hall, towards the stage, weaving through the tables, and finally landing at the table. It was like a impressive shot, all one take, all one shot, no cuts. But nowadays, Transformer movie is the most emblematic, I guess, of this. Shaky cam, jump cuts. Jason Bourne, the Bourne series, did this. They did it well, but they still did a lot of shaky cam, lots of very short jump cuts to simulate the intensity of an actual fight. Hong Kong filmmakers, going back to The Matrix, the Wachowskis famously used long takes as well. They had Keanu Reeves and Lawrence Fishburne and Carrie-Anne Moss and all the actors there train for months to actually become proficient in martial arts, enough to the point where they could use stunt doubles for, to take a couple grabs of the stunt double's back of the head and make it more convincing. But for the most part, when you see their face, it's them fighting, choreographed fight scenes. And it's very, it holds up to time, too. So you don't just have this whiz-bang cutting. He's like, that's why 15 years out we remember the Matrix action scenes, but not Iron Man 3's barely a year afterwards. He says, Bergstrom says, Hollywood may be where the big money is, but big money doesn't buy imagination. The Wachowskis knew that an action scene was more than noise and velocity, that the camera couldn't, or maybe they're talking about Hong Kong filmmakers here. There's a revival, I think, of these long, steady tracking shots in East Asian cinema. He said they knew it's just more than noise and high velocity. The camera couldn't be just doing something, couldn't just be the camera doing some superficial effect, but they had to be capturing something actually happening on screen too. And maybe one day soon we'll get the idea again. And in America here, he says, at the moment though, American action seems dead. It blew everything up too big and killed itself in the process. And I listened to the founder of Wisecrack. You guys probably know him. If you don't, his name's Jared Bauer. He founded Wisecrack, a philosophy YouTube channel, essentially. Very, very well done. And he makes, compared to my content, short YouTube videos, but they're about 10 to 20 minutes long, tackling in very efficient, very entertaining, very interesting order the deep philosophical concepts, often tying it into entertainment somehow, TV, movies. And he is a huge fan of The Matrix, but I was watching one of his videos recently where he was talking about John Wick, and of course that's Keanu Reeves too. And it's very cool that Keanu is able to, because like I said, he trained in martial arts to do a lot of the action scenes in The Matrix, and he does a lot of his own stunts in John Wick, if not all of them, but I'm sure there's a couple scenes where he doesn't want to be jumping off a building or something. But just goes to show you the success of John Wick proves that there's still a hunger for art, quality, not just the cheap knockoff, the imitation of quality. The actual quality still holds up, holds its value, and hopefully there's a revival of demand for it and production of it. And another YouTuber I follow is Meme Analysis. Is the creator, his name is Chris Gabriel, and he was on a panel with the lead singer of Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros. His name is Alex Ebert, who I guess his parents were actually psychologists, and he's a really he's an interesting character in and of, well, they both are very interesting, just fascinating. They're fascinating people, but also have very fascinating and I think insightful things to say about society and culture and psychology and history. And along these same lines, in one of their talks, he brought up he was in a band before Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros called I'm a Robot, but it was in the early 2000s, and there was this thing, and it's actually on Wikipedia, you can look it up, called the Loudness War. And it was where, there's a whole, he has a really cool interpretation of it and how it connects with his view of history and the evolution of culture and all that. But essentially, even since the 1940s, we've been compressing music, and I think the simplest explanation is that where there's peaks and valleys, compressing is essentially closing the distance between those. And so you're taking all silence, moving it up. You're taking the loudest peaks, kind of tapering them off until they're all a consistent stream of stimulation. He said that we need more negation, less of everything all at once, so that we can actually experience one another more deeply. There's an oversaturation of information, and we're not able to distinguish between peaks and valleys anymore. In music, this trend since the 1940s is, I think it might be starting to come out and not be as aggressive as it was in the 2000s. But he says if you took a record from the 60s, even a Led Zeppelin record, and compared it to a record from the 2000s, Linkin Park or whatever, he said that you would be shocked at the difference in the waveforms. So if you took the whole album, you would notice a ton of, individual variations on each song and the album itself. The image of waveforms would look like it has a unique, it would be a unique image of waveforms, very distinct. The 2000s record, the Linkin Park record, almost all of it would just be a single line, not across the whole song, not only across the whole song, but across the entire album. It would just be, from a certain distance, you would still be able to make out the uniqueness of the Led Zeppelin album. Maybe that's a bad example because they are rock and a lot of theirs. No, but they do have tons of quiet parts. But yeah, the rock, the Linkin Park is just this uniformity to it that doesn't leave any room for the crescendos and the drops, the slowing of and speeding up of the tempos, and the character, the thing that really gives depth to music. So yeah, it just looks like a flat line. And then Alex Ebert, of course, I say of course because I've watched a couple of his videos now, and he's very articulate, and he says all you do is see, talking about the difference there in Linkin Park, and all you see is a flat line. And what's a flat line? Death. There's no more dynamism. And he elaborates that, speculates, extrapolates that to the wider society, saying if all we are is just a bunch of noise on Twitter shouting at each other, that's death. There's no dynamism, there's no listening, being quiet so you can hear and interpret. It's just loud, flashy, impulsive, instant gratification, all reactionary action. There's no thought, there's no meditation, marination, there's no thought put into anything. There's no time for depth. And as I'm sure we could see, I'm not going to do it, but I'm sure if we took a waveform of Bob Ross's video, maybe I will, but we would see tons of dynamism, tons of it. Over-compressed music doesn't allow it to breathe. Even Bob Dylan apparently condemned the practice as just atrocious. He's like, these modern records, they have he says there's no definition, they just have sounds all over them. There's no vocal, no nothing, just static. In the book they point to this I don't know what to call her. She's an artist, but she's a performer, let's say. And there was one thing in New York where she sat in a chair, and a very long line, formed to have, I guess technically you could sit there as long as you wanted, but as social pressures work, you just sit there for a few minutes, and you sit in front of her, and the whole point of the performance was to feel the depth in nothingness. It was to sit there, and she would deliberately not respond, not react, no minimal body language, no words. Apparently some people, I think, speculate she was wearing diapers so she didn't have to pee, and she would sit in a chair in the same posture and just look at you in the eye. That's the important part. I think it would have been drastically different if she was just staring off, up at the ceiling or even over your shoulder. She was staring dead in the eyes of whoever was sitting in front of her. Apparently Bjork, James Franco, Marissa Tomei, Lou Reed. So there was, celebrities that came by, and this points to the infinite complexity that you can feel in the presence of another, even in silence. And apparently in just one event, over a week or so, she logged 700 hours sitting in that chair. And I think Bob Ross is the antidote to overstimulation with noise, to fast-paced entertainment, negative views. We need silence. I think we need silence. That's why I love these, book sounds. I love these peripheral noises that ASMR mostly creates. Page 82, he says, we're drawn into his meditative presence. Watching Bob is like a lava lamp or a Christmas tree slowly twinkling. It's patterned, but not quite predictable. So we watch. I think silence, I think time to digest information is important, and it's especially important as a prerequisite to being inspired creatively, exploring your dreams, your values, reflecting on them, and ultimately finding purpose. On page, 76, they touch upon the importance of landscapes. To elaborate further on the psychological significance of landscapes. When writer Sarah Maitland wanted to develop her creative potential, she went to nature to seek silence. She equated landscapes that she relished with landscapes of her mind. I think it's very human to make analogies and metaphors, and I don't think it's very abstract to take something that happens in the real world, in nature, and transpose it onto meaning in our lives, and maybe smaller, different things and experiences that we have. Bob understood this and repeatedly pointed his viewers to the landscape's ability to open oneself up. I listen to Lex Friedman's podcast, and sometimes neuroscientist Andrew Huberman's podcast. What's it called? Huberman Labs. And The other day, it was interesting, right as I was writing this, he said that he discovered in his lab, or at least he knew a study that did, discover that tall ceilings make people work more creatively and think more expansively. Pun intended. So, simply being in an outdoor, so, what that means is that you extrapolate that to nature in the open sky, and then extrapolate that to nature in the open sky at night, where you don't have the atmospheric blue dome above you. You have the infinitely far away plane, celestial plane that you're exposed to. And it's no wonder that people get inspired when they have these expansive environments that they're in. And landscapes are an analogy when you're painting them to encourage that. In 1998, interesting, like, how many times have I said that? It is interesting though. A scientific study by Mellomid and Komar apparently confirmed the popularity of the landscape, or at least they wrote about the study, that people like tranquil blue landscapes that are realistically depicted. They don't have to be real environments, but realistically depicted. They're biologically appealing. They transcend. That means they transcend social, not only social class within a culture, but they transcend cultures. They're species. They're universal across humans. Going back to industrialization and what creating the Central Park, the movement, the impetus to do that signaled, our connection to nature is changing over time. The suburban sprawl, we're being more isolated from it, and it's accelerating too. We got to be careful about these changes because they're happening more and more fast. Landscapes, in the pristine nature they represent, are an antidote and a reaction to the increasingly digital leisure activities, whether it's TV or internet, of the sprawling suburbs and concrete jungles of the urban sprawls. These landscapes remind us of what it's like to be more fully alive in the wilderness, as I was pointing to earlier. Your mind can, and in these, they're curated, sanitized, because in these landscapes there aren't snakes, poison, avalanches, storms. They're a place where the mind can rest, where the mind can experience freedom in a space of open possibility. I thought Bill Alexander's view, and again, I want to emphasize how much of an influence on Bob Bill Alexander really was. He's quoted as saying, maybe one of the reasons that landscapes are so popular is because living in the country is the most natural thing. Even city people like to go back to the country. It's a kind of instinct. The country is still the beginning of people on earth. The earth smells fresh after a rain. It has a sweetness on its breath. Every day is a joy with a special kind of color, bursting oranges of autumn or green laughing with you in the spring. You can put your seed in the garden and you can harvest what you plant and make the tools you live by, and you repair the things you create. This is an instinct of being human. I thought that was a beautiful quote. And it was by Bill Alexander, Bob's mentor. The guy who hosted The Magic of Oil Painting. And in the book, Congdon writes, Bob was simultaneously constructing a landscape of the mind where life slows down and becomes peaceful, and dreams have an opportunity to take shape. And he said, Bob often said, that's how I made it through the military. I'd come home. He said, I don't have any power over anything. All I have is power to take out the trash. I have power over the trash. I can take it out. It lets me take it to the curb. But Bob knew how much power creating painting you had on canvas. You can move mountains, you can move trees, create trees. He's professing his belief in the psychological need of this freedom to explore with total creative control. At the end of the book, they talk about the importance of envisioning something better for whatever reason. Painting acted like, Bob's instruction acted like a literal and metaphorical lesson in the practice of envisioning our future. The painting, the instructions during the process of painting, and the TV show as art in itself. Being a painter, him on the show, his persona being a painter, an instructor, a friend, a mentor, a healer, a guide, another human being, really. Going back to that American distrust of leisure, and its connection to the development of DIY movements. And I'm going to link it, and I think there is an important link. I know this is just me on a YouTube channel. I'm not an academic. I'm very interested in these things, though, and from what I can tell, it seems like there is a link between our progressive isolation, our absorption in the internet and TV and suburban sprawl and cheap products and over-absorption of over-stimulation and gluttony and cheap food, terrible food for us, fast food, sugar, and all this processed preservatives in our food, fast fashion, quick, our short attention span. This all is linked to together, and I think it's linked to movements that are happening right now. And we'll talk about those. Between farmhouse or live streaming relationships, parasocial relationships we have, it's very, I think, prescient. And at the root of this change in these reactive social movements is the Industrial Revolution. On the Wikipedia page itself, the Wikipedia page of leisure, it says, more than any other factor, the Industrial Revolution changed the way people live. It also had a major effect on popular patterns of recreation and leisure. By the early decades of the 20th century, leisure was more freely available, like we talked about. So there's more leisure brought about because we have more technological progress. The beginning of the Industrial Revolution was, let's see, the late 1700s. Science and capital combined to increase production as businessmen invested in the industrial expansion made possible by the newly invented machines. Industry moved from rural areas to metropolitan, or not metropolitan necessarily, but urban city cores, big factories, from homes and small workshops to mills and factories with mechanical instead of wind or water power. Invention of the spinning jenny, the water frame, the weaving machinery, the jacquard machines, loom, the steam engine, all during the 1760s, by the way. Some rapid explosion of inventions happened during the 1760s. They drastically altered the production methods and, of course, increased the output. Now, I'm not sure why, but it also mentions that economists aren't sure either, but Americans, for some reason, work longer hours, like we mentioned earlier. But even back then, 1800s, immigration was really happening in the U.S., especially from Europe. The U.S. had a reputation in Europe for providing much less leisure, despite our wealth. Immigrants to the U.S. discovered they had to work harder than they did in Europe. And I think it has something to do with the sense of really just individuality in America, and making it self-determined destiny. You know, the American dream. So the point is that leisure gave freedom, but with it, to those pursuing positive, progressive, and not, you know, to those pursuing individualism and healthy individuals in accordance with the principle, you know, the ancient Greek principle of arete, not dependent, infantilized, coddled individuals that would, you know, just suck off a large welfare state. They're talking about the danger of not recognizing when you have increased leisure. If you are lucky enough to have leisure, they think the wise thing to do, these utopian idealists, these transcendentalists, these landscape painters, these philosophers trying to understand what we should do, how we should change society, they wanted to change it by making better individuals, better components of the society itself. They said we need to recognize with greater freedom comes greater responsibility. Sort of a tweak on Peter Parker's advice from Uncle what's his name? Uncle Sam, Uncle Clark, Uncle Aunt May, and Uncle, oh God. Well, in the latest one it's Aunt May, so I'll just stick with that. Uncle Ben, sorry. I wasn't gonna let that go, don't worry guys. What else? Where are we here? Let's see. So that leads us to a predecessor of the farmhouse movement that we see today. I'm slowly trying to make a case as we move up chronologically through history from, tribal to modern, the values that we see occur over and over again, the pursuit of certain values and interests, of humans, and activities and endeavors. There's a style called American craftsman that developed in the early 1900s. And I guess I won't go into it, but it was essentially a reaction against the overly ornamented, ornate architecture of the Victorian era in England and America both. There were just fancy, elaborate columns and swirly designs everywhere, which could be definitely an act of artisanship, artistry, craftsmanship, but there was also an American offshoot of, let's see, there was especially around 1876, around the centennial of America's founding, 1776, there was a celebration of colonial American architecture, which was very plain because we didn't have the leisure back then. Most people were, if not frontiersmen, we were in small towns, poor, just hard-working people, farms, lots of farms. There was a streamlined plainness to the architecture. I think the Gothic revival, the Victorian architecture could be a mark of craftsmanship in and of itself, but it had a tendency to be overly embellished, overly copied. There was a whole kind of a smeared view about it for the people who were proponents of this American craftsmanship, because it had it had the tinge of the devaluation of human labor, overdependence on machines, and disbanding of the guild systems that through its closeness, I guess, to the overall Victorian aesthetic, which was cluttered rooms with mismatched faux historic goods in an attempt to convey a sense of worldliness, just a sense of falseness, a sense of excessiveness, really, that didn't play well in the American people, in the American mind. So this American craftsman movement I'm talking about emphasized handwork over mass production, a return to traditional simplicity over gaudy historical styles, use of local natural materials, the elevation of handicraft, and the people teaching and learning the handicraft, equating moral integrity with the ability to create something beautiful out of simple things. And this naturally had social reforming underpinnings in that it recognized the plight of the industrial worker who, again, like Arete, it was an imbalance of skills. You didn't want to be just a politician who couldn't tell a wrench from a pair of pliers. You wanted to be a worldly man, a worldly individual, a cultivated, a Renaissance individual, a physically and intellectually and maybe even spiritually imposing figure, or at least potent figure. Going back to John Ruskin and William Morris, who I briefly mentioned earlier, we can see in their writings, they were both, again, highly influential thinkers to both the Hudson River School landscape painters, the utopian thinkers like Bronson Alcott and Elizabeth Peabody, but they were also influenced this architectural movement too, the American craftsmen and the more general DIY movement of the early 1900s. Ruskin and Morris sought to elevate their ideas, sought to encourage the elevation of the status of art forms that had heretofore been seen as mere trade and not fine art. And this likely came out of a British reaction to Victorian ideals and all that. These overly ornate, overly showy, ostentatious ways of fashion and style in art and architecture of the early 1800s. The American arts and crafts movement got its blueprint from this British reaction to this overconsumption and cheapening of human labor, and cheapening cheap products, and quick, fast, machine-produced products. But they were more adept at the business side, the Americans were, of design and architecture. There was a guy that the Congdon mentions in the book here, Gustav Stickley. In particular, he hit a chord with the populace of America, with his goal of ennobling modest homes for a rapidly expanding American middle class from the early 1900s, after the First World War, around then. A kind of precursor to the post-World War II boom. And this was embodied in the craftsman bungalow style. This was reacting to the Victorian architectural opulence and increasingly common mass-produced housing, the box homes. This incorporated visibly sturdy structures of clean lines and natural materials, influenced and inspired by specifically American antecedents around the colonial times, Shaker furniture, the Mission Revival style, and even Anglo-Japanese style. The arts and crafts movement, more broadly, first emerged in the United States in Boston in the 1890s. And remember, this is where we were talking about earlier, influenced by Emerson, Thoreau. This was where Alcott and Peabody started their school, first kindergarten, the Temple School as well. The area in general was very receptive to the ideas of the arts and crafts movement, due to one of its two most famous thinkers, philosophers, activists, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and his student, successor almost, friend, Henry David Thoreau. Emerson famously wrote the essay titled On Self-Reliance, which, can self-explanatory in terms of what it was promoting. And one of the recurrent themes was the need for the individual in that essay to avoid conformity and false consistency and follow their own instincts and ideas. Self-reliance emphasizes the importance of individualism and its effect on individuals' satisfaction in life. And lastly, the Boston Society of Arts had a credo to just really drive this point home that read, "This society hopes to bring designers and workmen into mutually helpful relations and to encourage workmen to execute designs of their own. It endeavors to stimulate in workmen an appreciation of the dignity and value of good design, to counteract the popular impatience of law and form and the desire for over-ornamentation and specious originality, copying clunky, useless designs. It will insist upon the necessity of sobriety and restraint, of ordered arrangement, of due regard for the relation between the form of an object and its use, and of harmony and fitness in the decoration put upon it, aka its beauty is due more to its harmony with natural, durable, practical aspects than useless, ostentatious complexity." Leisure. Now we go into how Bob predated the internet. I want to touch upon more and more modern trends. That was a little primer. Those past 7 hours were just a little primer what we're talking about now. I think Bob was ahead of the curve on a lot of trends, and I'm going to elaborate on these now. I think what he said, let's see, I don't think this is what I wrote, this is of specious originality. Let's see, page 157, because a lot of this I did, copy sections from the book and then elaborated upon it. And so some of the things I'm not able to attribute directly to Congdon, and for that I apologize, but they wrote a really good book, so I found so much of it useful, and sometimes I forgot what I did and didn't take from it. In the book, Congdon and company says that what he said, when he said it, and how he said it, is of great historic value. And I'm trying to really emphasize that point. I think a great way to emphasize it is in how he predates technology, really what I'm doing here, what I am a small part of, education online. Education 2.0, as we talked about briefly earlier. And Education 2.0 is not only the use, it's far more than the use of technology. It's knowing how to educate, how to do it more effectively, as we talked about with effective teaching. It's how to create, take into account the whole individual, create a sense of camaraderie and a rapport between teacher and student, and take into account their learning, the different learning styles a lot of students have. What methods students are most receptive to. You have to cater to interests. You have to take into account how student self-development leads to personal meaning. You have to really give students more access to more subjects, to understand what their affinities are. We all have to learn things we don't want to, but we don't have to pursue careers in things we don't want to. And it's futile to try to do that. You're spinning your gears doing that. You need to... the ideal education is one that taps into a student's proclivities at an early age and cultivates that and fosters that. You have to target individual strengths and weaknesses. Recognize the importance of different teaching styles. So a reimagined education is what Bob, he's not doing it. He's not, he's a significant contributor, and he's a barometer. He's a good gauge of the importance of different methods of teaching, different styles of teaching, different subjects of teaching, different depths, different layers, different aspects of the human experience. Just like Fred Rogers, he added breadth to the more academic, more reading, writing, arithmetic, more rational education of children by paying attention, targeting their emotional growth, moral development. We have to take into account all aspects of existence and being, and what it means to be a balanced, well-developed individual in multiple areas of one's life. What do we do when AI replaces most jobs? We have to find purpose with our leisure. That's that's the most benevolent, the least, what's the word? Malignant, least, that's the most benign instance of a possible future where we would have just too much leisure time and not have to work if we had guaranteed income. On page 62, they suggest that work may become obsolete, so we have to discover some non-financial incentives to pursue. Apparently, John Maynard Keynes, a famous economist, said in 1930 that he thought by 2030, 100 years from then, 8 years from now, we might live in a world where labor is distributed more equally and people work only 15 hours a week. So much for that theory. But Congdon's thesis is that leisure time, regardless of how we get there, if we do and how much we have, leisure time spent painting can lead to a good life. So she begs the question, what would we do if we, what would make a good life? What would be a good use of leisure time? Obviously painting is what she's suggesting, but what does that mean? What activities would also fall under that category? We have healthcare, food and water, dwelling, basic tools and appliances, basic access to technologies that make our life easier, transportation, lodging, entertainment. If all those were satisfied, taken care of, freely available, if we had plenty of them, if we all want to drill to, build something, we'd have to have plenty of them for it not to be, or at least mostly plenty of them, for that not to constitute, free access and availability. Well, this guy Skidelsky, writing about leisure, says that it's our culture's poverty of imagination that leads it to believe that all creativity and innovation needs to be stimulated by money and have a direct, profitability. But, hobbies don't often yield income, and if they do, it's not until years of practice, because you have to develop and refine the skill. Subtle effects of developing skills carry over into other areas of life too. Like we've talked about, learning begets learning. We get better at learning the more we learn a skill. We get better at learning other skills. And Bob said, very importantly, I can't think of anything more rewarding than being able to express yourself to others through painting. Exercising the imagination, experimenting with talents, being creative. These things, to me, they're truly the windows to your soul. He said, go, make mistakes, learn from them. If you're not making mistakes, you're not learning, you're not challenging yourself. He encouraged people to pursue their passions, to answer callings they might not never known they have. He himself wasn't a hypocrite because he was a demonstration of this. He was a successful hobbyist turned painter, a professional painter. His example taught us all not to undermine the value of a sincere and steady application of effort towards our inclinations. He showed us how a passion can tangibly become a source of both satisfaction through creativity and a source of income. There's an article I read. It said, I wondered if it was an actual trend. Maybe it's a fad, but It said Gen Z and millennials would rather be unemployed than be unhappy at their job, at work. And in the book, remember this is 2011, Etsy is still very much a thing. We traced this example in Etsy, they said. Etsy vendors who sell their crafts online and boast about it under a blog called Quit Your Day Job. And I think creativity, developing a skill takes creativity, and especially painting, especially an artistic skill, even a craftsman skill, a trades skill, takes creativity. It takes, creative thinking outside the box, finding new ways, innovativeness, innovation. Envisioning a new reality, like we said before, is the first step to make that possible. And you get better at something you do the more you do it. I know I've already said that, but it's such an important point. We often don't realize these incremental, minute gains that we're getting in return for doing something and practicing things. If you think about the 10,000 hour rule, think about how many tens of hours before you even see, a fraction of that final development of your skill over the 10,000 hour period. It's very subtle, and oftentimes it's actually far from linear too. It's very exponential. It's a very rapidly accelerating gain. The more you work at it, the more gain you'll see. So I was thinking about how creativity relates to meaning, and what I could come up with was that most of our daily lives, if we have a smooth flow, a consistent day-to-day type of routine, we don't get a chance to exercise much creativity. You got small little pockets of creative things you can do, but between your career, your housework, chores, childcare, other social obligations, you can't be very creative in what you do. And this lends itself to Bob's painting, giving us a sense of control of our lives. I think that when we learn the value of learning, and we start applying learning to learning more and more and more things, so not only do we get better at learning one skill, but as we learn other skills, we get better at learning a range of skills. We become more adaptable. Creativity in one area then bleeds over into other areas of life. So it allows for expression of abstract psychological feelings when we paint, when we express ourselves and we create. We impose a vision onto the world, onto a definite physical, concrete medium, because reality always gets the last word, doesn't it? Like that Sublime song. This reveals our values in the measure of our ability to adapt. Because when we try things in the real world, we get slapped down if we aren't in alignment with reality. So, our new skills, for instance, if we take Bob's example in painting, correlates to our wider abilities and to their limits. Because as we test ourselves, we test what we can do in the real world, and we test what our innate biology allows us to do, whether it's our mind or our physical limitations. I wondered if values were indirectly discovered. This isn't original to me, but it is interesting to think about. It's like there's clearly limits to what we can do and we can't do, and what works as a mode of being in society, what morals we can exercise, for how long, How long can we avoid self-development before we either individually deteriorate and disintegrate, or we deteriorate as a society? So anyways, I really think that just the more we try, the more we do, the more we reach out, extend our abilities, the more we learn our limitations. We learn what we can and can't do. We're able to refine our skill sets within those limits that we discover. Because before you see the limits, you don't have a real grasp on where they really are. I think with all this, you get a sense of general competence within your own body and how you can carry out your visions in the world. I think increased action leads to increased exposure to the reality of matter, the reality of other minds, other people, and their goals, because they in turn they can become obstacles if your goals conflict with theirs. So this leads to a more definite series of decisions, commitments to future actions. This commitment then to future actions becomes a growing direction. But we let the walls of reality that we bounce off of continually orient us through a series of successive approximations about what we're able to do, what we can do with our, not only our finite existence, our finite physical existence, but our temporal existence, how long we actually have to live. And the fact that we can have children allows us to think even longer. How long can our society, our species, our civilization live? This gives us, the direction that we get from this gives us purpose. And it's not just us. It's not just our children. It's our friends. It's our friends in the future, our families way in the future, the wider society, ever expanding concentric circles. It seems hard to avoid the really penetrating concept of harmony, whether it's in your own life and your own skills, having an imbalance of development or an imbalance of societal development. Is a society too greedy? Is it way too conservative? Is it changing way too quickly without being properly cautious about what their negative repercussions, unforeseen negative consequences might be? Is it moving too slow? Is it way too slow to not adapting to change quickly enough? We don't know, but we find out more and more about these limits. The more we act, the more we do, the more we create, the more we creatively explore ourselves, our environment, our world. I think this directly ties in to essentially a summation of competence created through action and purpose created through competence, and the way we develop a deeper sense of our place in the universe through successive attempts to carry out our vision from within. And the two-way road I was talking about earlier, how we develop, we influence society, and society in turn, of course, influences us. The constant two-way communication between all of us and between us and nature. This ultimately, ideally, is towards the goal of creating a better existence. Otherwise, why are we doing it? It's pretty easy to just create hell and you just stop doing anything ever. and just do what you think will cause people most suffering. Pretty simple. The hard uphill battle, but one that I think we're having a grasp on, we're tackling, even if we're slipping a lot, is towards the good. And I think that's what Bob was aiming at. I mean, it's clear he was aiming at that, but I think it was effective the way he was doing it. I think he was pointing to something that was effective, something that worked. And I think maybe perhaps the most ideal utopia maybe could be one that allows for the harmony of everybody's experiences that would allow for the most profound joy in almost every moment of everyone's life. So these can't conflict. You can't be greedy in a society like this, because that would conflict with someone else's joy. It's and that's all well and good and well to think about on that abstract level. It's how you rubber meets the road, how you actually do that. What's the details to that? It's just a platitude right now. But meaning is perhaps, if we really want to get to the ground of it, the meaning of life is perhaps the maximizing our ability to creatively explore, but as a necessary caveat, also simultaneously maximizing the ability of others to be able to also creatively explore. And creativity necessarily implies a lack of confinement, a lack of arbitrary bounds. The bounds are created again by reality, by nature, by what works over individual lifespans and societal civilization time periods, time scales. So if we could somehow be maximally open, we could be maximally creative, I really wonder what world that would be, what that would look like. Herbert Spencer, a famous philosopher of the 1900s or 1800s, said that the ultimate result of shielding men from the effects of their folly is to fill the world with fools. Bob was using, just as Congdon said earlier, well, maybe in part one, he was using painting as an excuse to practice joy. Well, he was also using painting as an excuse to encourage us to be better people, to encourage us to challenge ourselves, to be larger and expansive in our goals and desires, and the things we take into account inside those goals and desires. He wanted us to look at nature, to see it, really see it. He always said that. And when you do that, you can't help but, again, it applies across multiple areas. You can't help but really pay attention to other people. See the good in them, see the bad, just be more aware. And then, hey, maybe you might start being more aware of yourself. See the good, see the bad. You might not be able to force other people to be better, fix them, but you can fix yourself. You can focus on what you know is bad about yourself. Bob said you can have anything you want in the world once you help people around you get what they want. This is his domain of competence. He was an expert painter. He was an expert teacher. He was a empathetic human being. He was perceptive, very, I think, pretty self-aware. And he was aware of the tragedies of life, yet still had the courage and the discipline, the dedication, all these very virtuous characteristics. I think he practiced arete, mostly, I think he was able to see, despite all his proximity to tragedy, the good in people and have gratitude for life. Really beautiful. But he was teaching people. He was reaching people. He wasn't teaching students. He wasn't teaching young people, wasn't teaching old people. He was teaching as many people and talking to the whole person, and many people as he could, and trying to teach on as deep of a level as I think he could. Along with Education 2.0, or Education 2.0, there's also Web 2.0, which is a much more technological aspect. In the book, David Gauntlet talks about the new creator economy. And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but this is 2011, so this is 10 years ago. They were talking about social media, influencers, education, DIY, online. And I think Bob foreshadowed what we call Web 2.0. This guy, Gauntlet, wrote a book called Making is Connecting, the social meaning of creativity from DIY to knitting to YouTube to Web 2.0. During the previous century, the production of culture, he argues, is predominated by consumption, like we talked about. You had this tight-knit elite community in Hollywood or YouTube or TV, cable TV. Only a few people got on relative to, the hundreds of millions of Americans and billions of global citizens versus YouTube. And I essentially just use that as a stand-in for the internet. Everybody has a voice now. Sure, not everybody is heard, but the platform is open for everybody to speak on now. Gauntlet argues that today a vast array of people are making and sharing their own ideas and videos and other creative activities. And they're not only talking like me, but they're also creating. They're also in communities where they develop arts and crafts, trades, other skills. He finds that there's a shift in culture. This is to me, the interesting part here is it's a shift from culture of a culture of sit back and relax and be told what to do, to making and doing. You're consuming, but you're also participating. You're also interacting. Your voice, your comments are heard. Your criticism, your feedback is taken into account. And he thinks people are rejecting this towards their own learning and entertainment instead. And this is just confirmed. It's like being able to read the book in 2011 and hop into 10 years into the future now that we're in it. He drew upon psychology, politics, philosophy, economics, and he saw that this shift is necessary for the essential the happiness and even survival of modern societies. And web evolution tracks with general culture, the cultural evolution of the overall trend toward a desire for active creation over passive consumption. That's my common thread I'm trying to weave through this narrative. Web 1.0, Web 2.0, they're referring to areas in the history of the internet. Web 1.0 refers roughly to the period between 91 and 2004, when you had all these static, non-interactive web pages. Most users were consumers of content, but now after 2004, YouTube, Facebook, MySpace, Twitter, social media in general, smartphones with cameras and increasingly more and more storage and data and receiving and transmitting capabilities, increased bandwidth. Web 2.0 is from 2004 until the current day. Web 3.0, it's not exactly a thing yet, but it's predicted to be maybe perhaps centralized, centered around a decentralization, either directly on a blockchain or having to do with some sort of distributed network that isn't controlled through a central corporation, like Google, Amazon, etc. So this Web 2.0 that we're a part of is, it centers on user-created content, forums, social media, and it's very, very significant for the development of human history. It has its fingers in all aspects. Think about Amazon owns Twitch. You got Microsoft. They own all corporations, and they have the Xbox. Facebook owns Instagram and WeChat. Google owns YouTube. Twitter, you have TikTok. You have sort of relevant Sony owning, PlayStation and being a major movie production company. You have only a few dozen other major players, but those are the core 4 and 5. And now, in the first time in history, technology's liberated access to information, knowledge, even wisdom, which is much deeper and broader and complex than just knowledge and facts. Wisdom is integrated into personalities and, philosophies of shown not through words only, but through actions, and how people carry themselves and how their lives evolve now online. So it's so interesting what this is doing, this two-way interaction to us. I think Bob predated all of this. He broke the boundary of the cost of tuition, the proximity, because he was on TV. Now he was able to reach people, like we mentioned before. The art director of National Geographic, he didn't have access to any art culture. He initially got his feet wet through Bob. Most articles, even if they kind of denigrate his actual art, they always talk about how many people he reached. And there's one quote I think I used before, but basically Bob got letters, and he got one in particular saying that, and of course he was proud about this, so he remembered it for the article quote. Art professors were writing him, telling them that, hey, even if they're not creating fine art, you're encouraging thousands of students that otherwise wouldn't have ever even thought about joining the art world and entering into art schools. And they were thankful for that. They were really grateful for that. I think even further, well, in addition to elaborate upon the Web 2.0 aspect that Bob is ahead of, was the audience engagement and participation. He not only spoke to them, and it was novel to speak intimately. Really, like the way I'm doing now, I really wonder if I would have thought to do it. I mean, I don't even know if it's still, it's just what I like. So I don't even know if it's ever going to be really popular or whatever, ASMR in general, but it's what I enjoy. I consume a lot of stuff at night when I just need lower stimulation, and I know I get jazzed up sometimes when I'm talking. I'm sure it doesn't come across as relaxing as much as I intended to at times, but I really personally just like it. That aside, Bob was talking to one single person, and that's kind of what I try to do here, because I used to be a tutor for, as a part-time job, and I tutored kids from elementary to high school, occasional college student, but I found, I just liked, again, I kind of have an affinity. I have with Bob, because I love I appreciate his speaking style and his teaching style. How he talks to the person. He doesn't just he almost he puts his whole being into how he talks and teaches. You don't feel like when the camera's shut off, he's just, starts talking about the things he really wants to talk about. I'm sure there's plenty he didn't talk about on the show, but the core things that he really cared about, he chose to share with us. And Bob was, he was a cog, not a cog, he was a link in a chain, as we all are. We all have predecessors, and hopefully if we do enough with our life, we'll have many, but at least we have some people that we influence too, antecedents, I guess. So Bob, I think his engagement with the audience was it was ahead of its time at the very least. There's a lady called Grandma Moses. She was born at a time when self-broadcasting wasn't quite possible, as Congdon and the gang say. But they say she set the stage for the everyday painter. And television made it possible for us to learn from a talking screen. They think Bob really had an audience. And Bill and Bob both. They had many predecessors, but Grandma Moses, who didn't start painting until 78, creates an interesting connection between all three of them. Grandma Moses, she was born in 1860. Bill, he was born in 17, something around there. And Bob was born in 1942. So they're all generations apart. Grandma Moses predated Bill. Bill predated Bob. They all were, influenced each other respectively. And Grandma Moses, interestingly, didn't start painting until 78 years old in the way she did. Bill didn't start becoming famous on TV, to the extent that he did, until in his 60s, and Bob not until his 40s. So it's cool that they further back in time, the older they were. Just a little bit of trivia. But Grandma Moses, she had not fine art by any means, but it was sold in 2006. One of her famous paintings, Sugaring Off, was sold for $1.2 million. So It goes to show you, anyone can paint if they want to, she said. All they have to do is get a brush and start right in, same as I did. And that's all she said. And Bob did the same thing. He challenged the artist as genius. She's interesting in her own right, but I won't get into her right now. I want to talk about the parasocial aspect of modern media, and Bob kind of really predated that. He wasn't the only one, but he talked and he listened to some of his viewers. They called in, they sent in a lot of pictures. A lot of people painted pictures and sent them in, and Bob displayed them. He talked to us as though he was on a live chat, and he recorded as though he was on a live chat. He responded to previous feedback he had gotten from earlier, when he had recorded. He talked as though he was talking to a single person. He also was very, like we mentioned earlier, he was proud of the fact that he recorded it all live. Very little editing was going on. If it was, it wasn't generally to cut out any mistakes. It was because of some technical issue. And so, in that respect, Bob was really a live streamer. He set up a camera, he was recording himself, doing something artistic in real time. It wasn't playing a video game, but there are so many people that Bob was way ahead of there in that respect, and it's no doubt that Bob has cultivated a parasocial relationship with his audience, meaning a relationship that cultivated a sense of really knowing the presenter, a warmth, a closeness, an intimacy that you only get through the live streams nowadays. Bob encouraged participation, submission of work. Yeah, he encouraged us to paint along. Didn't even mention that. Like in real time. They mention that Bob, at a time before the internet, the deliberate push towards interactivity was like a form of proto-social media. I think it's really interesting that Tim Berners-Lee invented the first web browser in 1990, when Bob's Joy of Painting had already been 7 years into its run. Its 11-year run. And even then, it wasn't until 2000, 10 years later, before even 30% of the US had computers in their house. And Bob, this is where we're fleshing out Bob's, really the complexity of his performance. He demonstrated that an artist could be way more than just a lecturer or genius demonstrating their talent passively to audiences, or to passive audiences in a very, just a very simple, non-personable way. They think Bob's real art, to really get to the point, I guess, 8 hours later, was that 8 hours later. Whew. Bob's real artwork was the dialogue between his paintings and his performance. It was the experience, It was the joy of painting, the experience of learning about him, learning more about painting, watching him paint, painting yourself, communicating with him, sending your painting in, feeling like he's talking to you, responding to you, letting the aura he was crafting just wash over you. It was cool. It was really something the way he developed that. I didn't want to not mention Davy Turner, this guy who's really nice and answered a couple questions through email. He was featured in this book here. They may have a whole chapter on Bob's network, and that's pretty important about the communities Bob encouraged to create. You didn't have to be work for his company. You had to, you just had to pay a few $100s, take the class, and become a certified instructor, and you could go out on your own and teach. And, that was up to you how big you wanted to create your community. And Davy Turner was a guy he responded to me. I was just curious about his life story. And he had a tragedy of his own, and he found solace in Bob. Let's see, 96. Here he is right here. Davy T, the Painterman. He said he was 100% influenced by Bob. He thinks, I thought this was very clever. Painting has the largest creative freedom to startup cost ratio. Meaning you could try to build a barn, or, weld something, but relative to painting, the actual startup cost, and especially Bob specifically designed his products to be few in number and good enough quality, but low enough cost to be able to not be intimidating for the beginner, who just wanted to dabble, get their toes wet. And that was such a cool way of phrasing it. The largest creative freedom to startup cost ratio. So Davy said that he said, quote, basically I was homesick in 1997, came across Bob on an obscure cable channel at the time and was wowed at his producing a fantastic landscape painting in just, half an hour. I loved his style, loved his presentation, his anecdotes about his critters. I just wanted to learn more about him. And so we did. He became a painter. He actually sent me a picture of a pan. Hopefully I'll remember to put it in here. But it was cool. Like, he painted his own pan in a nice, cool aurora landscape. And Bob, on the Netflix documentary, I hadn't heard about it before this. He said that there was a 93-year-old woman who took a class with him. And next year at 94, she called him back and reached out and said she had started selling her paintings at 94 years old. I love it. Loved it. And Davy similarly taught an older gentleman to paint. And Davy said to Congdon in the book, the man painted every day until just before he died 4 years later. The older man had tinkered with many things in his life, but really importantly here, he confessed that of all the many things he had done, the wet on wet technique, the painting technique, brought him the most pleasure. And I think Davy sums up Bob's approach to how he wanted people to interpret his, at least the way he was teaching painting. Davy says that's what Bob wanted, not for everyone to copy his, but to learn the skill of the brush and the palette knife, and then go out and create your own composition. So, and Davy, again, he's super nice. He said he holds paint-alongs rather than teach. So I love the status he gives himself. he puts himself on par with the students, the people he's teaching, and doesn't hold any sort of authority, doesn't put any prestige on his position. He just makes it a level playing field, and he's there as a friend, not a lecturer. Unfortunately, he had a bad experience. I mean, he loved it so much that he decided to start his own, I think in the early 2000s, something along there, late 90s, his own Bob Ross fan letter. And old Walt from Bob Ross Inc. sent him a legally threatening letter to stop. It's just very, very uncalled for. So, in the book, page 102, they say that Bob left the Air Force with its focus on hierarchy to pursue the development of an egalitarian community of painters. I think this is a great example of like I said here, the fusion of the balance of opposites, from leader by compulsion to leader by inspiration. As far as online influencers or live streamers, even the article on Daily Beast say he's a smash hit on social media. He feels more like a Gen Z influencer. The director of the Netflix documentary, Happy Accidents, Betrayal and Greed, says he was the right size for the era. There was no Twitter, back in the 90s. There was no Twitter. There was no Instagram, no Netflix. So to see Bob, you gotta think about what that meant. That meant you had to tune into a show when it was programmed. And he had a huge following. If you fast forward to around 2015, with the streaming platforms, he's reached a whole new generation. And Ben Davis of artnet.com says, as much as he is loved for his paintings, his true resonance is with the screen. And Karen Patel talks about pressure to presence, saying that now artists feel that they have to engage, with their audience more. People don't necessarily, they want to see things being created. They want to see behind the scenes. And Bob did that. Definitely did that. And I think the internet is evolving us. It's exposing us to our human nature, our interests more clearly than ever before. We have data, we have views, we have people who are personalities that are being followed. There's a growing demand for information delivered by authentic people with creative personalities for every type of community too, even the most niche community. In the book, 153, they point to Susan Boyle. I don't know if you remember her, but she was the lady on the British American, British Idol or whatever it's called, the singing contest show, and she was this very plain-looking older woman, but when she opened her mouth, she had a beautiful singing voice, just beautiful, and it dropped the jaws of everyone in there. Everyone was astonished. And it was cool the way the Congdon and company wrote about what that and the fact that it went viral on YouTube meant. So she had an amazing voice from an unassuming appearance. But our reaction also surprises us and causes us to question ourselves. The judges and audience's reaction are unusually odd. They reinforced the emergence of potential from anywhere. Even the most unassuming people. They say it was our recognition of her as a star, in spite of her dowdy looks and unpolished presentation, that made her, that helped us make us love her. So, they say Bob's joy calls us to question our values of art, and people are paying attention to him in the fine art community because of who he was, and what he did beyond the art, and what he did with his instruction. They have a huge section, or I made it into a huge section, called about relational aesthetics, and about the engagement of people, I think probably predating live streaming, and so there's some overlap here that, the more we communicate, the more that two-way avenue I've talked about opens up, the more we can communicate back, and therefore have a two-way influence on each other. And apparently there's art, and there's a whole movement called relational aesthetics in the proper art community, where it encourages activation, action, and interactivity with museum displays and things like that. They say in 156 that as a cultural phenomenon, let alone a teacher and artist, Bob is clearly more than his paintings. Emerging terms like relational aesthetics are now legitimating diverse practices such as cooking, talking, teaching, in specifically artistic contexts. His work is an example of a highly considered relationship between artist and audience. It's not just a one-way, I'm going to do this, film it, and whatever. It's I'm really going to pay attention to what I think my audience wants, what I think would be most accessible, what would help them absorb it best, most effective in communicating. And they say to that end, Bob was ultimately a mediator, a lens that offered his viewers a unique vision of the world. They say that, they think it points to important aspects of both cultural transformations and just human behavior. This guy Baudrillard, who wrote about relational aesthetics, says art doesn't transcend everyday preoccupation. It confronts us with reality by way of the remarkable nature of any of relationship to the world. It comes as no surprise that Bob's work is popular at a time when meaningful relationships in community are in short supply, and people crave something that will help them connect both to nature and to others. And there's things where in Tampa, meditation sessions at the Tampa Museum led by a Buddhist monk. Visitors could play basketball on a court that was also an abstract sculpture. You could canoe, row a boat across a lake to visit art students who were living on a floating sculpture at a $25 million 100-acre Virginia Fairbanks Art and Nature Park. Virginia Beach, I guess. I guess that's the name, Virginia B. Fairbanks in Indianapolis Museum of Art. On page 143, they have a section called The Decentralization of Art. And again, this book was written the year or two after Bitcoin was even invented, let alone any sort of widespread thing. The decentralization of art. Bob's philosophy was fundamentally democratic, not a centralized one. Page 142, Bob understood that his work and teaching flew in the face of the establishment. Jackson Pollard, as I mentioned earlier. When you make a decision about what goes on your canvas, he said, you gain control of life. You recognize that you are powerful. And this can manifest itself in other parts of your life too. Again, it's like a seed that he hopes will grow and flourish in a balanced way within us all. Bob created a community, as we talked about, with Davy and all that. This relational aesthetics is more about the emergent social experience often of interacting with people who are interacting with the art. And it's adding that other layer to it. It's pointing, again, a lens at what we are, how we behave as humans. The art is whatever invites the action and response from participants. They touch upon Baudrillard a little bit, postmodernist again. And they said everything is necessarily a reproduction. What we choose to reproduce, though, indicates what we value. So when you think about really the wider context of, art isn't just something that comes about in nature. It's something we create because we feel, if not nothing else, that we feel that someone will value it. And when people do value it, there's a whole slew of ways to learn and interpret that, and how that influences other future art, how it's been influenced by the existing culture. I was thinking about how previously obscure social psychological concepts are increasingly just like a part of everyday speech. I often say, I'll be like, hey, maybe I'm projecting too much, sorry, maybe I got it wrong because I'm just projecting. Or, people matter-of-factly label things as virtue signaling or gaslighting, like it's just understood nowadays, whereas I feel like 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been as prevalent. So these are evolving. This is an example, a micro example of how people in societies evolve, how we communicate. Baudrillard is, pointing to context, the primacy of context, creating and creatively copying to him becomes as important as the finished product. So we see the art as the image, but we also simultaneously see what it means for it to be, for people to appreciate it and value it or devalue it, but it generally gets spread more if it's valued. And, what does that tell us about its status, its value? What does it tell us about the medium it's created on? Was it film or canvas or whatever? The artist, the art world, friends, and wider cultural response to it, how it was disseminated, how it reached us to begin with. How we engage with it and all those other aspects. So this is all to say that this is stuff we need to take into context when we're, again, maybe I'm just using Bob Ross as a excuse to look deeper into one particular phenomenon that hopefully, ideally, will relate and translate to other aspects that I learn about in life. I think that might be what I'm doing here. Baudrillard says power is not in the real, but in the reproduction, which is manipulated and readjusted to new contexts. I was literally listening to this artist, Com Truise. It's a, best play on Tom Cruise. And I was listening to his album. He's recreating, not reusing, 80s synthesizer sounds. So, he is using old analog synths, but the sounds he's creating, it's interesting in that we have this 80s revival aesthetic. It's kind of dying now, but it was, you think about Thor, Ragnarok, and all these, what's that band's name? Paramore, their latest album, or one of their latest albums, is very 80s sounding. Lots of cultural, artistic things of the 2010s were, at least. And when you think about it, they're recreating, they're like an image of an image. They're not the exact same thing. Even fashion. If you really wore something from the 80s or 90s, you would look stupid. But because it has the vibe of the 80s and 90s, married with the actual, more modern cuts of fashion, whether it's a shirt or shorts, it's cool. It's funny how that trends are they're cyclical, but they're not repeated exactly. So anyways, nowadays I think the artist and consumer is being blurred. And Bob was clearly the artist, but he encouraged you to also be the artist. There's a little section about how, sexual and even food, sensualism was kind of infused there. Bob's ability to watch teeters towards the erotic. I used that in my opening little monologue of part 1, joking around. But they literally do say that. They quote him as saying, make love to the canvas, or big old brush, or it makes me feel good. Caress her. There's just so many obvious examples of him encouraging others to democratic participation. He didn't want to be the monopoly on wet techniques, which is why I don't think you can really blame him and think poorly of him for using Bill Alexander's entire business model and method of painting, because he, like Bill, freely shared it with the world. And not just freely shared it, he encouraged people to paint. It was cool that Bob, I love that he stuck with a small PBS studio too, so that it just reinforces the DIY, self-published kind of ethos that, YouTubers have. And again, he was way ahead of his time. He stuck with a really tiny studio, probably because he liked the people, but also because it gave him creative freedom that he most likely wouldn't have had at a larger studio as well. I think there is a trend. More people are beginning to create for an audience, a niche audience. There's he had an intuition about his style that greatly resonated with his own niche audience. And this was, remember, they were comparing it to YouTube movements and general DIY. They called it proto-social media. This was 2011, so the whole YouTube persona. Twitch and TikTok didn't even exist then, but they were the writers. Congdon and Blandy and them, Cooeyman, were smart in predicting that, Bob emulates, or they emulate Bob, these new age, these contemporary personalities, influencers, streamers. Towards the end, they say Bob found a way to navigate the dehumanizing tensions of TV. They found he made an image of his personality, but he made one that almost in a reverse of what most people do, creating an image that's different. He created one that's exactly almost the same as who he really was. Instead of applying the usual show host persona, Phil Donahue, a famous daytime TV host, said that he spoke so lightly and so gently that people noticed him. I think all this, it made him more relatable, made him connect with audiences. He had a hyper sincerity about him. And this is the whole thing I was touching upon, postmodernism. There's a whole new thing that actually Jared Bauer, the guy I mentioned earlier, the creator of Wisecrack, he was the first person I heard this philosophical and cultural movement and system of ideas, I guess, about. It's called metamodernism. So it's kind of a play on words in that meta, it means it's beyond postmodernism, the next phase of cultural evolution, but it's also meta in the sense of the Greek, I guess, Plato's word metaxi, which meant between. So it's like a bounce. It's going beyond modernism, postmodernism, but it's also a bounce between both of those areas. And I thought it's pretty cool. I guess I'll have time to mention it here. In the book, they equate him with David Foster Wallace, the guy who wrote Infinite Jest, who famously put like hundreds of pages of footnotes in his book. They make a claim that it was an attempt for him to be genuine. It was his need to be genuine, making an essential aspect of his work. And Dolly Parton, she spoke candidly about her artificial appearance. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but it's cool. She's so flamboyant in her looks, but she's so humble as an actual person. And those distinctions right there tell you, it's like everybody has that persona, but Dolly's is just so exaggerated that we're able to easily identify it. Most people you can't. I mean, I'm kind of putting on a persona now. I mean, I'm not always talking this softly, but I'm trying my best to. I'm doing it because I personally would watch it, and it's how I personally engage most, I guess, intimately with content. It's most true to who I am. So there is an authenticity to it. But of course, I'm not giving out my zip code and address and, details about my private life. Too many, I guess, at least. Other than the occasional sound my baby girl makes out there when she's hungry. But, right on cue. It's just so interesting to learn about, just peek behind the scenes of things we engage with every day, whether it's TV or younger generations like us, or I say us, like me, even though I'm not so young anymore, watching, just other less traditional media figures on, as we're watching people on YouTube and like myself and making videos ourselves. It's so interesting to see how Bob, he navigated that just so effectively. They say he's self-stereotyped. He never gave any winks, though, of irony or being above the audience. He kind of leaned into how corny and wholesome he came across. He often giggled at himself when he said happy little bush or, whatever. But, someone calls him, Ben Davis in artnet.com, calls him the avatar of edgeless culture, meaning the opposite of edgy. And interestingly, he probably didn't read this book, but they made a comparison to Andy in this book like we did last time. And he says that he thinks Bob is probably more well-known, at least, than Andy nowadays. And to cap our historical journey that we're making, our trajectory into the contemporary sphere of culture and history, Molly Fisher describes the millennial aesthetic in art and design as a return to sincerity after the 80s, 90s, early 2000s hipster irony that was so pervasive. In the millennial aesthetic of hypersincerity, or just return to sincerity, is an invocation of a lot of self-help, self-care, slogans of affirmation, the domination of soothing colors, soft lines, unthreatening subject matter. This tendency towards traditional sincerity and away from sarcasm and the irony of the 90s is increasingly becoming a thing. Metamodernism. So this is a reaction, like I said, to postmodern skepticism about all grand narratives, including religious and political ones too. We won't get into any of that though. Got into the whole history. I wrote a little. I copied and pasted a little too much from Wikipedia. But I wanted to, just say a little more about it because it's an interesting concept that I feel is very, it's very apt in describing what it is that is going on in culture. Vermeulen and Acker say metamodern sensibility can be conceived of as a kind of informed naivety, a pragmatic idealism, characteristic of cultural responses to recent global events such as climate change, financial crisis, political instability, and even the digital revolution that we've been referencing. They say, the postmodern culture since the 70s of relativism, irony, pastiche, obvious imitation is over. It's been replaced by a movement that stresses engagement, emotion, storytelling, even if through an ironic sincerity. Metamodernism is both above and beyond modernism, above and beyond and between, like we said, modernism and postmodernism. So we need to know what modernism and postmodernism are to understand what created metamodernism and how it's reacting to those two. This oscillation between these two movements, modernism and postmodernism, must embrace doubt, as well as hope and melancholy, sincerity and irony, affect and apathy. So we feel feelings and a indifference, the personal and the political, the technology and the techne. For the metamodernism generation, grand narratives are as necessary as they are problematic. Hope is not simply something to distrust, and love, not necessarily something to be ridiculed. David Foster Wallace, I thought, and I think metamodernism was in the Metamodernist Manifesto from 2011. Luke Turner talked about the metamodernist spirit, describing it as a romantic reaction to our crisis-ridden moment. And that was after the 2008 financial collapse. But again, this book was written in 2011, and so maybe they had heard the term, but it didn't have as much cultural weight, so they didn't use it. But they say a 2013 issue of American Book Review dedicated its issue to metamodernist authors, David Foster Wallace being one of them. They just compared David to Bob. I think Bob fits right in this category. Yeah, that's the gist of it. I have quite a bit more, but I really think it ties into what I was saying earlier about meaning through creativity and action and successive approximation. That was a concept I remember a lot from engineering school in differential equations. And engineers do this a lot. They just find two bounds in which they know the answer lies, and they just keep bouncing between them until getting successively closer and approximating the answer more and more finely. And that almost, I know it's not that simple, and it's probably, maybe it's wrong ultimately, but it's how my brain, based on my experience, interprets it, saying, hey, maybe the oscillation between straightforward, progressive, positive ideas about the progress and ultimate approach toward utopia of history versus of modernism. Basically, modernism is saying, hey, look at all that science and technology, and this technology that science has given us. It seems like we're really marching towards a better future. Postmodernism says, hold on, let's analyze all this. There's a lot of corruption, there's a lot of deception, a lot more layers of complexity to human interaction, humans in general, the works of humans, and the narratives of history than we realized. And maybe we're not going in the right direction. But metamodernism is saying we need to take all of these into account. We need to approach it from as many angles as possible and not delude ourselves and be a ship of fools, like Herbert Spencer says, but walk forth with courage and faith that we can do better. Like I said, the spiritual characterization of tribal cultures, how they were uplifted by a closeness to their ancestors and the spirits and the gods around them and into nature. And the laser sharp, incisive rationality of post-enlightenment science and academia and intellect. If we have these two together, feeling and intellect and rationality, we have at least two things that, if they're in harmony, maybe we're closer to reality than either one of those in and of themselves, by themselves. So, the more encouraging friend than an authoritative father. You know, he was, again, like Davy Turner modeled himself on Bob. Bob was a peer node rather than an impenetrable authority. He managed to promote a truly generous message in the midst of public popularity and economic gain, too. You know, he wanted people to paint and, of course, buy his products and become painters themselves. But only 4% of his viewership ever actually painted. But that's okay. He knew it. He was a friend. He was authentic. That's how he came across as a friend. That's a huge part of, you know, the Gen Z is apparently a huge characteristic of, you know, on average, of Gen Z people are a sense of self-deprecation, or at least publicized sense, where they, self-deprecating humor on social media is becoming more popular. And it's like a metamodernist reaction to, you know, distant being ironic. It's like being overly authentic, saying, oh my god, I'm too depressed to get out of bed today, and that's something you choose to share. If you would have said that 20 years ago, it would have had a much different effect, a much different reception, let's say. But, yeah, I think authenticity is a balance between being truthful about our flaws and our virtues. Because you don't want to be too ironic, too detached. You can be untethered and ungrounded, like we said. You know, Bob, from an ASMR standpoint, he didn't distance himself from his art or his TV persona. He leaned into it as an identity. He gave us a sense of certainty, of predictability, and that allows us to drop our guard. And Beyond the Pale, he made numerous, this guy Jones, in 2015. So ASMR wasn't really as nearly as big as it was. It was around, though, of course. But he says, he didn't say anything about ASMR. He was talking about Bob, saying, you know, whether he was much good or not at art, that hardly mattered. He promoted relaxation and sleep, and he still does, you know, on TV back then, and he still does on YouTube 20 years later. He says, I often watch Bob when I can't sleep. And if you look closely at some of Bob's paintings, and, you know, some are pretty poor stuff, but he says that's only if you resist being seduced by that voice and smile. He did a lot of the, like I said, ritualistic repetition, beat the devil out of it. You know, I talked about his 2-inch brush and his easel every time. Give it the same chuckle with his little jokes. He always repeated. He always ended it with the same, just wholesome, encouraging phrase. Warm goodbye, and thank you and God bless. Yeah, he was relatable. He was humble, restrained, honest, authentic, straightforward, direct, predictable, practical, hands-on, industrious. He was God-fearing. That lets us know that he didn't assert himself as the highest authority. He always subordinated himself to a higher ideal. And that, to me, if it's genuine, says something about a man's character. Friendly, peaceful, vulnerable. Till next time, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. That was his phrase. Yeah, everything we see reinforces our sense of knowing him deeply as a human being, they say. I think it was real, way ahead of his time. So, lastly, I just want to talk about the millennial aesthetic. The millennial aesthetic. Ben Davis talks about nostalgia cycles, every 20 or 30 years, like we mentioned. Has about the time it takes for new generation to see cultural landscapes of their youth through rose-colored glasses. In 1995, so that fits right on time. But this isn't why he's popular. I think it's only helping with his already solid rapport with millennials. On page 150, they say that Bob's ethos especially with its emphasis on participation, it mirrors other movements, both past and present, and that got me thinking, well, what else? How true is that, and what are these movements? And his reemergence as a cultural figure actually says something deeper about cultural trends in our culture. His affinity to the DIY, arts and crafts, and American craftsman movements mirrors our turn away from overconsumption of cheap goods, the devaluation of our labor the Industrial Revolution brought on, and maybe our attraction to his integrity and wholesome character even says something about us, and our growing unease with impulsive pleasures and lack of purpose, at least in the West maybe. We've become a culture of impulsive pleasures, cheap fast food, same-day shipping. We scroll thoughtlessly through Reddit, Facebook, Instagram for hours and wonder why we're unsatisfied with ourselves. Bob hasn't lost popularity, I think, because his message hasn't lost popularity. It wasn't just Bob's subdued fashion and landscapes that were timeless, but his character and his sincere spirituality. He urged us to work hard towards something worth pursuing. He told us to clear our minds and begin painting from a vision in our hearts. He had an appreciation for nature, conservation, a real belief in making the world a better place, not just for us now, but for future generations. Even the simplicity of his painting style and the paintings themselves call back to a more traditional, less abstract, less almost arrogant style. Less self-important, maybe, or less ironic. He's not hiding behind his irony. They make a point. Pretty good point. He's leaning into who he was and how he comes across. He always smiles. I was on Kathy Lee and Regis, and they said, Regis says, "Oh, Bob, you're a happy guy, aren't you?" As he said, "No, we're just going to paint happy little sky." And he says, yeah, I think I am. So we talked about the DIY trends of the 1800s, early 1900s. Well, I think it is not only having a resurgence, a revival, but there's a whole other constellation of many other things coming along with it as well. And I think they're all tied, at least in part. I'm not claiming to, be able to, reveal the underlying mechanics of real human history here. But I think these trends have an important connection, at least, to what Bob was doing and to how Bob influenced them. So we talked about Ruskin and Morris. And they have American values of industriousness, entrepreneurship, self-reliance, individualism, community, romantic connections with nature. They rejected the dehumanization of the Industrial Revolution, the mass-produced items without individual expression in them. They were a reaction against deteriorating quality, devaluation of human labor. And now we have outsourcing in the 21st century in America. That's the new invention, innovation. So Gustav Stickley in the book, they say he helped the movement progress when he published The Craftsman. He published that in 1901 to 1916. And that revived the concept of open source, and that others should be free to use and improve upon ideas. And I thought this decentralization really tied in with Bitcoin and the whole internet DIY trend, just a blockchain, new education 2.0, web 2.0, just DIY YouTube channels and how-to videos. Gregory Charlotte even calls on 151 here. He calls the DIY category of creative work dark matter because it functions in relation to the institutional art world in a way similar to the mass of individual substance that, according to cosmologists, makes up over 90% of the universe. However you think about it, Bob and his teachings, they say, they clearly filled a relevant space for millions, and the momentum doesn't seem to be dying down. Think about this. It was written 10 years ago. Bob's still just as relevant, if not more so. As the U.S. and huge portions of the rest of the world become more economically unequal and politically estranged, questions about who we are, what we value, are bubbling to the surface. And I love that the response to that is these kinds of discussions should give us hope. We're talking. Talking is better than fighting. Internet DIY trends such as, first of all, we got blockchain, Bitcoin, NFT. Well, fundamentally it's Bitcoin that introduced the blockchain technology, which all other cryptocurrencies are mostly based. And then open source coding has been around for a long time. We have Bitcoin came around in 2009, I think. And on social media, mostly YouTube though, you have traditional arts and crafts, quilting, knitting, sewing, but you also have home life, you have family vlogs, you have news by independent sources, you have booktube, film analysis, which I personally love, you have, video game. I've been watching this guy, Cartoon Buffoon, this guy, Crouton, he calls himself, speedrun a very obscure video game, which is a ROM hack of Mario 64. It's called Super Mario 74 Extreme Edition. Anyways, it's fascinating. But he's extremely skilled at writing, playing this game, and it's just fun to watch someone at the edge of their creativity, literally playing. Science, technology, math, education, you have philosophy, literature, you have podcasts like the Huberman Lab podcast. That's not to mention art. Man, you have home improvement, auto, mechanics, teaching you basic, how to work on stuff, how to construction, how to fix your house, electronics, cooking, gaming, we said, style, design, interest, on Pinterest. We have farmers markets. Local markets are becoming a thing. We have farmers markets, which are a trend. the number of total markets from 94 until today has grown by about 400%, over 400%. Then we have modern farmhouse, which I was surprised to learn. I mean, farmhouse is one thing. Then we have modern farmhouse. This phrase actually wasn't invented until 2016. New York Times article used it to, I guess, describe the work and aesthetic of a company called Jersey Ice Cream Co. But according to Forbes, that's the exact year that millennials became the largest living generation. I don't think that's a coincidence. Jean Kim writes in The Psychology of Rustic Chic, that shows like Fixer Upper and Hometown, Chippy and Joey, if you're an insider, have encapsulated the modern farmhouse look, the defining fashion and design trend of the 2010s. And the food and wine scene has also embraced the rootsy farm-to-table cuisine and earthy American beverages like craft beer and bourbon. She says recently America has turned inward. The aftermath of the 2008 financial collapse, increased flexibility of online work. This is written before COVID, so it's just accelerated. And the better cost of living in inner, more traditional cities like Nashville, Denver, Austin. All these factor in to a shift in values and accompanying appearance. So this trend is this return to less, future, less, even retro. This is like very retro. This is very salt of the earth, craftsman style. This is a turn away from industrialization, cheap plastics, the artifice of quality and style and class and, high society. This is, hey, we want to be back to the basics. We want to use raw materials like wood and raw metal, not plastics and synthetic materials. And we want to be obvious about it. We don't want to paint it in white necessarily. Some do, but because you can paint plastic to look like painted wood, but when you have raw wood, it's very hard to, have a print of wood grain that looks convincing. This is saying, hey, we're proud to have built this, or have someone local build this, or, this trend, of course, can be manipulated. As I posted on my Instagram that picture of the huge, like, absurdly large farmhouse sign, which is, that whole store, Home Goods, is meant to give the illusion, which is, it's like old industry trying to keep up with these trends, the illusion of handcrafted, locally sourced, raw materials, but it's all manufactured in overseas, let's say. This trend is so, I'm so interested in what it says about culture or modern history in America. Some of the farmhouse's modern farmhouse's most characteristic traits is simple decor, sturdy furniture, quality. Traditionally made from readily available wood around an actual farm or reclaimed wood. These things were actually used, and they're just being kind of replicated nowadays. But back then, when you lived on a farm, and maybe you didn't have that many trees around, you literally would have to reclaim the wood from an old barn door, make a bench, make a windowsill. You got butcher block countertops. We have some of this in our house. You have porcelain apron sinks, farmhouse sinks. They have a clean look and a practicality. You have vintage furniture, bonus points if they have weathered look, imperfect looks, traditional fabric prints, floral and paisley, second-hand furniture. This trend seems to imply our cultural desire to look back toward a more traditional, a simpler time and extract the best, not all of them, but the best American values. And then we have the ethical, sustainable, conservation, local, handcrafted, unprocessed. I think Bob's values resonate with our growing awareness of toxicity in our foods, and really in all our products. His message always stressed that healthy, physically and spiritual individuals have healthy relationships to their environment. As a millennial, I can personally attest to this. We're a generation whose education spoon-fed us compassion for the environment, even if it was with a side helping of processed food at lunch. We care more about where our products came from, who produced them, under what conditions, was it sustainable, was it ethical. We anthropomorphize, him anthropomorphizing trees and clouds and mountains. It encouraged a stewardship of nature, a connection, a relation to nature. He helps better recognize the importance of the environment as living systems of individual living organisms. He emphasized our dependence on protecting finite natural resources. In the 2020s, I go around, it's impossible to walk into a store without running into a wall of organically green marketing slogans, responsibly produced, consciously crafted. We want pillows sewn by women's collectives in an impoverished community. We want furnishings constructed with ethically sourced wood whose proceeds benefit farmers and go towards replacing the trees it destroyed. We like our barista to point us toward the handmade artisanal accents with the local focus, while we wait for our single origin, frappe latte. I had some fun writing that one. According to Architectural Digest, the fair trade and sustainable movements have redefined the retail landscape in years. And the millennials, again, are the driving force behind it. We have been since 2016. We've been the largest living generation, and since recently we've been the largest generation influencing the American economy, and therefore, at least as of now, the global economy. We're the largest segment of the labor force. So of course the modern marketplace is listening to our aesthetic choices and the values that create them. Amazon, yes, in 2020 it got a 38% growth. But the booming handcraft goods sector too is jumping from, in 2017 it was 160 billion. In 2027, it jumped to 160 billion in the last 4 years. In the next 6 years, it will jump almost probably another 800 million. No, more than that. It'll jump over over 900 billion in the next 6 years, topping $1 trillion. The handcraft goods sector, and especially now that's Etsy and similarly artisanal, locally produced, single handcrafted goods. Especially now that we've been at home since COVID. This video again is in 2022. Between COVID and inflation, we're recognizing that the marriage of aesthetics and function are more crucial than ever. Casa Morosa put it on their website. Many have come to a realization that our homes need to be a place where we feel safe, cozy, relaxed. Nobody wants to live in an off-the-shelf environment anymore. This is so interesting. This is so, it's just so, it makes modern trends make so much sense. And we see how Bob effortlessly fits right into this. He had a timeless sensibility, and aesthetic, and perspective, and way of being. And I don't think he's going to get old. I think with each new generation, he's going to be appreciated more. And with the reaction of the previous generations and the endearment that we give him, that will be, of course, taken into the context of how he's viewed by future generations. Casamarosa says, we want real wood shelving, holding real glass mason jars with unprocessed natural food in them. We're more inclined towards more simple, more local, and more practical. Not only is sustainability and ethical consumption on our minds, but the taste is a reactionary craving, I think, against fast fashion and cheap plastics that were, produced with planned obsolescence in mind. So, BR's value was the experience he gave, not just the art, obviously, at this point. The art was the instruction, the message found in the painting, and the delivery of the message. So from here, his paintings, again, like they say, they become props whose formal qualities are really besides the point. His paintings are really an excuse to practice joy. Bob to Congdon and crew can't be evaluated without considering this experience as a whole. Good art can raise more questions than it answers, and Bob's work does just that. We have our psychological reliance on experiencing nature, our need for companionship with people on digital formats, mediums, our connection with his profound message of love and painting with our hearts, our caring for others, nature. In the book ends. I'm going to end with how the book ends. I'm going to bookend this video with how the book ends. It's just a bunch of bookends. If I can find it. Alright, so here we go. That took an embarrassingly long time to find. So, they sum up Bob and their view of him and his art, his paintings, and his show. They may be excused as kitsch, but Bob's paintings aren't paintings. They're an excuse to practice joy, and that's where future generations are going to detect the art in Bob's life, the art. He created meaningful, complicated art practice, a meaningful, complicated art practice that supported a simple, accessible vision of happiness. It's an Emersonian, back to nature, rigorous notion of simplicity as goodness. Bob could have been a despot. He could have exploited those who bought into his comforting vision. But from all we learned in this book here, he used that power to heal and inspire rather than repress and deny. He could have holed himself up in a happy little place of self-delusion, much like Thomas Kincaid did, but we feel he felt compelled to engage the real world complexities of life with incredible intelligence. It was all done to share one possible way, just one, but that was his way of being joyful and connecting with others and caring for them. Bob leaves behind hundreds, now thousands, of artists who will navigate other worlds crafted by their own sensibilities and their own desires. And whether they treat self-expression as ironic or incomplete or invaluable, Bob taught them that painting is an occasion for joy. That's Bob's legacy. Joy. It's sublime, seductive, inspiring. It cannot be owned, cannot be ironic. It's healing, it's connecting, it's beautiful. And most of all, when it's sincere, joy is always radical. Thanks for watching, guys.